Mrs. Combs? Here. Mrs. Shandy?
Here.
Mr. Wilmer?
Here.
Mrs. Janez?
Here.
Mr. Saul?
Here. All right, the Pledge of Allegiance this evening is going to be presented by Lucas, a third grade student at Woodman Roberts Elementary.
Okay.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, tonight we have Woodman Roberts Elementary School and Douglas Valley Elementary School here for our board spotlight. If you all could stay after you are done, we'd love to shake hands with the students and take a couple pictures. First up is going to be Woodman Roberts. Miss Yanez.
Well, this is pretty fantastic because I got to teach at Woodman Roberts 3rd and 5th grade, and I was also a K through 5 literacy para there. So it's a very, very special place to me. In October of this year, Woodman Roberts Elementary School opened a state-of-the-art STEM lab to align with their IB program. Woodman Roberts has won the Governor's Award for Improvement 2 consecutive years. They are also one of the oldest schools in Academy District 20, and their current location is their 3rd site. The first site was a one-room schoolhouse, which I know was behind the TSOS nursing building there right off of Woodman. I remember all that. Please welcome Principal Nate Hanson.
Check. Really lean in. Here we go. All right. Good evening, Board of Education and Superintendent Harbor. I am Nate Hanson, principal at Woodman Roberts Elementary, and we are really excited to be here. There's a lot of really exciting things happening at our school. It's fun to be able to get up here and share some of those exciting events. Sometimes very hard to choose which ones to focus on, but we're really excited about the group of students that we have. So I would like to introduce the team that came with me today. So we'll start with our stars, our students. So first of all, we have Kalina Gregory, we have Mason Straub, and we have Piper Bean. Wave. And also with me, we have Shannon Riley. She is our one of our SSN teacher. We've got Barbara Hockersmith, music, Jackie Hansen, assistant principal, and Yarka Gregory, one of our SSN paras. Parent, proud mother. So, and we're here today. Our Shannon has started a few years ago a unified Special Olympics program. We've had multiple schools that come and participate each year, and it's just been an incredible event. And this year she was able to really extend that opportunity to a unified arts and music program. And it really is just kids working with kids, and it's an amazing program to watch and be a part of. And we're just excited to share some photos, a little bit of our story about that program, and let our kids share a little bit about their takeaways of the program. So with that, if you guys I'd just like to introduce Shannon Riley, our SSN teacher, to come talk a little bit more about our unified program.
Hi, we started Special Olympics 3 years ago, and it was such a fantastic experience for everybody involved, and really getting to see the growth in the students, and not just in those athletic areas, but and teamwork and cooperation. And so this year we had the opportunity to expand it to art and music. And so our art and music teacher are who teach most of the paraprofessionals leave at that time, and it is really those fifth grade peer partners who are working with and teaching those activities. And it's really fun. It is a really fun place to come. We do them all days, so great way to start our school. I'm gonna let our friends up here.
Hi, I'm Pepper, and Pepper, I is art analytic. And with there, and share Miss Wally as a gift card, and Sina share with you a Hawkins Smith.
Hello, my name is Kalena Gregory, and I am in the 5th grade. I love participating in unified art because you get to be creative in a fun way. There's always happiness throughout the room. Everyone is doing art, painting, and gluing, writing and coloring, and using their imagination. I have learned a lot about teamwork and how to work with different personalities. Some of the students we work with are unable to speak. Some use communication devices, and others are super chatty. Yet we are all able to communicate and to have fun and complete our projects. I have also learned that it's okay to not always work for perfection. Sometimes you can just be creative. We are practicing different art skills and following a basic pattern, yet everybody's project comes out unique. So first, we have our cloud and rainbow project. So Piper, what are these called?
Pop-ups and a glitter and fasa skin.
Our next project that we did was our Halloween cat. So Piper, what's this?
It's a pumpkin here. It's a magic cup. It's a markers. It's a color. It's the pink kitty cat.
Next we have our gingerbread house. So Piper, what are these?
There's pop-ups, stickers, books, kitty cats, stickers, pop-ups, winners.
Good job, Piper. Our next thing was our flower project. So Piper, what are these?
The leaves, flowers, hearts, it's a color. It's a
So how we made our flowers was we used a movie disc and we stamped it on there with color, and we just made those pretty flowers, and then we used smaller discs to make color, and yeah, that's our flower project. Hey Piper, what project was your favorite? Flower project? How'd you make it?
heart.
Good job, Piper.
Hi, my name is Mason Straub. I am also in 5th grade. I enjoy participating in unified music with the students in the SSN program and some of my 5th grade friends. In the unified music, the kids are learning how to do movements and how to do rhythms. We usually have a video activity where we follow the rhythm in a story about a seasonal character such as Pumpkin or Snowflake. We also do movements with scarves. We are working with the students to learn how to play musical instruments like xylophones. Participating in unified music has let me see that everyone has opinions of their own and can share what they like and dislike. I have learned that with teamwork, we can learn new skills together, and learning new skills is success. I have made a bunch of new friends in unified music. Piper, let's follow the rhythm with our feet. Now with our hands. Piper, follow the pattern with the scarf. And then our last thing, we have these rain things. Piper, can you flip the thing up?
That's our story today. So I appreciate you all having us be able to kind of share a little bit about Woodman Roberts and some of the wonderful things that are happening. Students, awesome job. Good job, everybody.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Douglas Valley, Miss Yanez.
Okay, I get to be the board liaison for Doug Valley. There they are. West side. Okay. Douglas Valley Elementary School. Built to look like an airplane from the sky, Douglas Valley is home to 331 students, 95% of whom are military connected. Because of this, many students are only at Douglas Valley for 2 to 3 years. The community of Douglas Valley leans in to quickly determine where students are academically so they can ensure as much growth as possible is made before students leave for the next stop on their journeys. Please welcome Principal Adrian Morey.
Good evening. We are so happy to be here and are excited to show you a glimpse of what we work on daily to help our students who have characteristics of dyslexia. We have a short video to show you of some of the fabulous work that's being done at Douglas Valley. This video shows a group of students during a take flight lesson. We did bring along the same students and they will be available for some questions afterwards. Students with characteristics of dyslexia struggle with the phonological component of language that's often unexpected in relation to the other cognitive abilities, which means they have a difficulty with the ability to notice, think about, and manipulate individual sounds necessary for reading. During take flight lessons, students complete multisensory activities to strengthen phonemic awareness by manipulating mouth pictures to form words. These mouth pictures represent the phonemes or sounds in the English language. While watching, notice how the students hear the word, blend the sounds orally, and then choose and manipulate the mouth pictures to make new words. All modalities of learning are activated during this activity.
Maya, you're up first. Show me poke. Poke. Oak. If this is poke, oak. Show me spoke. Spoke. Oak. If this is spoke, oak. Show me spark. Spark. Oak. If this is spark, spark. Show me sparse. Sparse. Yeah. Okay. And it's will. If this is sparse, show me. Oh. This is sparse. Show me spar. R. If this is gonna be our last one. If this is spar, show me spy. I. Hey, what did we do?
We traded and
Bossy R,
boy smiling about I in the final position.
Okay, great job.
So as a dyslexia satellite school, it's been fabulous to see this happening with our students. They are prepared to answer a couple of questions for you guys. So Miss Maya and Ollie and Addie, do you guys want to come up and answer some questions?
So, Ollie, are you ready, Ollie? You're up. How would you describe dyslexia to someone who has never even heard of it?
Dyslexia. To sound out words and read. If we are reading out loud in class and the teacher calls on me, I might need somebody to help me with a word. And sometimes when I'm reading, my brain gets tired, so it takes longer to do schoolwork.
Thank you for sharing all that info. I appreciate knowing it.
Maya, you ready? Maya, what help are you getting at school to help you read and write?
I'm getting help from my classroom teachers. They help me sound out words. I get pulled for take flight in a small group. In my planner, there's a mini dictionary to help me with spelling. I get extra time when I need it. I get notes with blanks so I can take notes with the rest of the class, so I have them as a resource.
This one's for all of you, all three of you. What are your strengths?
Confident and secure in who I am, and I am good at volleyball, especially surfing. I am good at making friends because I am kind. In math, I am good at multiplication and long division.
My strengths are hockey. I'm good at skating and hitting the puck. I'm good at Morse code. If there's a code in front of me, I can solve it. I can also play the ukulele.
I'm really good at painting. I like to paint what's in Colorado, people, the mountains, and the sunset. I'm good at making people laugh, and I really like history.
You three are doing a great job. Maya. So it says here you're a military child. Is that right? Did I skip that? Oh, I've got Addie next. Rats. I love this question for Maya. Okay, Addie, you're up. Are you a military child?
Yes.
Which of your parents in the military?
Um,
Awesome. She here?
yeah.
Thank you for your service, Mom. Okay, Addie, what is the most helpful thing your parents do to support you?
They don't judge me because of my needs when it is hard for me to read or spell a word. My mom will listen to me and read and help me with my homework.
Right, Miss Maya. As a military child who may move around a lot, how is the help you are getting now going to help you when you leave Douglas Valley?
It's going to help me sound and pronounce out words better, and it's also going to help me speak to people better without stuttering, and it's also going to help me read bigger words and break them apart when I need to.
Great job. Thank you.
I get pulled in a reading group to help with my reading. Sometimes when there's a test and I can't read the question, I can go to the back table and my teacher will help me read the questions.
We were very excited to be able to share the video just to kind of let you take a glimpse at what actually happens during Take Flight. I know every time that we go in, it's just amazing what these kiddos can do. We had, they were very excited. They skipped some events. Ollie skipped a hockey game today to come because she felt like it was important enough that people needed to hear about it. So thanks to our team, and that's just a little glimpse of what happens at Douglas Valley.
Closer to it.
All right, we're going to call to order. Miss Matson Bonet, are there any updates to the agenda?
There were updates to the agenda and the board was notified of these.
Thank you. Members of the board, are there any items you wish to move from the consent agenda? Are there any discussion items to be added to the agenda? May we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cons,
Aye.
Mrs. Shandy,
Aye.
Mr. Wilburn,
Aye.
Mrs. Yanez,
Aye.
Mr. Salt.
Tonight's board quote is from Ms. Cons.
Thank you. From Marcus Aurelius. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. It's so empowering that we have this choice every day in every event of our lives. There's a circle of things in our lives that we can control, that we can influence. And choosing our thoughts and our attitudes is probably the most important of all, because that governs how we react to everything that is out of our control and influence.
Thank you, Ms. Cons. Next up is our administrative.
Mr. Cameron Smart.
Oh, hey, well, good evening. How y'all doing? I need to raise it up.
I didn't know, does the desk go up more?
No,
It's-
I'm just tall, sorry.
It just looks slow. Everyone else was bending over tonight, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, here, let me just try to get this really close here. Okay. Good evening again. I have 4 folks I'm going to introduce to you tonight. Okay, so first I am pleased to introduce Julie Casano. Cheers, you guys can cheer. Sure. Thank you. You know, I saw the shirts and I thought, I think they're here from Foothills. I'm not sure. Yeah, I saw a falcon flying around, so I don't know. And so Julie is joined this evening by her wife, Joanne, who's an English teacher at Air Academy High School, who has a lot of essays to grade, so we won't keep her too late. And her son, Connor, who's a 7th grader at Eagle View Middle School. And her son, Lincoln, who's a future Foothills Falcon, pending the choice acceptance, I'm sure. So Lincoln, I got a little advice, just be good until that application is approved, and then you can do whatever you want. You're totally good at that point, okay? Julie holds a Bachelor of Arts in Information Science and Technology and a Master's of Science in Information Science with an emphasis in Library and Information Services and Social Media. That's a mouthful right there. From the University of Albany, State University of New York. Julie began her educational career in District 20 at Air Academy High School as a school library media specialist and building technology coordinator. Then she also worked at Air Academy High School as a dean and also at Challenger Middle School as a dean. And then she came over to the EAC as a learning services TOSA for assessment. Yeah, got that back there, okay. And then she was at Foothills Elementary as an interim assistant principal, and she currently serves as the assistant principal at Foothills Elementary School. We are pleased to recommend Julie tonight for the position of principal at Foothills Elementary School. Julie, anything you'd like to say? Wait, she has 3 pages of notes. I'm a little worried. Okay.
Mr. Smart, you're like 6 feet taller than me, so. Good evening. Thank you, Mrs. Haber, the Board of Education, and Mrs. Patterson for the opportunity to serve Foothills Elementary School in this new role. My grandfather, a longtime elementary school principal, passed away recently. We found a wall hanging while clearing out his home that said, "A principal's job is to remove splinters." While I understand we really aren't allowed to remove splinters for students anymore, the saying still resonated with me. While education has certainly changed in the last 55 years since he retired, the core of the job remains the same. As a principal, no job is too small. Take time to connect with your community, staff, and students on big and little things. Provide excellent customer service to those you lead and show you care. I would like to take a moment to thank my family, who has always supported my passion for Foothills and doesn't mind being dragged to a Foothills Follies performance or a Skate City night every once in a while. I want to also thank Ms. Perez and Dr. Comfort for their mentorship during my time as assistant principal. Learning from the both of you has been invaluable. And finally, thank you to the incredible group of educators I get to work with every single day. Your love for students, instructional knowledge, and dedication to the profession is impressive beyond belief. Thank you for selecting me to be your next principal. It is a great day to be a Foothills Falcon.
First, I thought that was for me, but then I realized it wasn't. So, okay. Yeah, I'll get me later. Right? Okay. Uh, thank you. Congratulations. So, next, I would like to introduce Pete Ristig, who is being recommended as the Executive Director for Operations. Yes. Pete holds a Bachelor's of Science in Business Administration from the University of New Mexico and a Master's of Business Administration from Northern Arizona University, which I also graduated from with a Master's. So we're both really good at throwing axes and chopping down trees, just so you know. Pete began his career working in human resources. Yay. Okay. For a couple companies in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He also worked at Intellitech colleges in Colorado Springs as an HR manager, HR director, and VP of shared services. Pete currently serves as a director for risk management in District 20, and we're pleased to recommend Pete tonight for the position of executive director for operations. Pete, anything you'd like to say?
I may be the only one who doesn't need to adjust this from Cameron for the rest of the evening, but I just wanted to say thank you to the board. I grew up in education. My parents were both educators. I've had 5 wonderful years here today. My family and I are both very excited. Unfortunately, my family couldn't make it this evening, but we're very, very excited, and I'm looking forward to many, many more years here. Thank you.
All right, next, I would like to introduce Kathy Watts, who's being recommended as the executive director for business services. Kathy is joined this evening by her husband, Jeff. And so Jeff is a CU fan, right? Colorado Buffs, okay? You'll see why that's important in a minute. Kathy holds a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and with an actual science, is that how you say it? There you go. Concentration from Colorado State University. That just sounds like an exciting major. I just want you to know. Now, the reason she did that is because she loves working with numbers. So I have a couple numbers for her, 24 to 14. That was the score of the border war game with Wyoming versus Colorado State. Wyoming happened to win that one, and they've also won the last 3 in a row. So just wanted you to know, you'd love those numbers right there. So she began her career in working for insurance companies in Colorado Springs. She did a lot of things. So she was a surety bond analyst, business analyst, security account manager, an account manager, HR manager, personal lines department manager, and IT manager. So she can fix your computer, I think, if you need it. And for the last 9 years, she's been an accounting and budget analyst in District 20. So currently she serves as director for budget and finance for District 20. We're pleased to recommend Kathy tonight for the position of executive director for business services. Anything you'd like to say? Okay.
We're united here at D20 now, Cameron. And the border war, or not the border war, but CU, even though I'm from. Thank you. Thank you to the Board of Education and Superintendent Haber. I'm thrilled to accept this position as Executive Director for Business Services and excited to take on this new challenge. I'd really like to express my gratitude believing in me, and great role model and leader and a friend. To my family, Jeff, and I have family listening online. Hi, Mom. I wouldn't be standing here tonight if it weren't for their continued love, support, and to a shout out to my team, business services team. Many are here tonight. We're on this journey together, and we'll continue to find ways to support our teachers and staff who are on the front lines and who are there, show up every day to educate and inspire our students. So thank you again for this opportunity.
All right, I'm on my last one here. I'd like to introduce Nicole Spindler, who is being recommended as the Director for Contracting and Purchasing. Nicole is joined here this evening by her husband, John, and her daughter was going to be here, Gianna, but she's at lacrosse practice, so that just was a little more important. So, Nicole holds a Bachelor's of Science in Biological Sciences with a minor in Anatomy and Neurobiology from Colorado State University. Now, I don't know if you know this, but that actually leads you right into a career with contracting and purchasing. So if you want it, that's what you do. All right. So Nicole began her career in the medical field at Memorial Health System as an occupational health technician, then purchasing and contracts with Memorial Health Systems, materials data specialist purchasing, clinical contracts manager purchasing, and so forth. Then at Lockheed Martin as a subcontract administrator, and then now she currently works at the City of Colorado Springs. First, she was a senior contracting specialist, and now she is currently a procurement service manager. We're pleased to recommend Nicole tonight for the position of Director for Contracting and Purchasing. Anything you'd like to say? Okay.
Good evening, Board of Education and Superintendent. Thank you very much for this opportunity. As a longtime resident of District 20, I am just so happy to join the team, support the staff, and become a member of an outstanding organization. I want to thank my family and my husband for being here tonight and supporting me as I take a new journey with District 20. And just know that, our girls went to Hills and Sydney Spindler, yep, and Gianna Spindler. So we love District 20, and so thank you again for the opportunity.
All right. Until next time. Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna go and take about a 5-minute break, do some quick congratulations, and do the boardroom swap thing with the folks waiting outside.
Early show at 3:30. I know. He mentioned you. Yeah, I didn't even, I was like, gonna call you. It's still standing, and all of a sudden I walk in and I'm like, found his own way, and he's sitting. Like, yeah. Still in town, my mom. Yes, that's exactly. I returned this week. I returned Andy's mom. Oh, my God. I know. I know. I know. I know. So I make
You send me a note. Text me. You have my number. Yeah, I want to. I don't know, but I wonder if each house is like, oh, I think that's a good one around that too. Sorry, I know I've dropped Jules, I haven't been able to get today. I did not get anything from you. This needed to be used. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about things are, that makes me happy. I would have gotten you water. I'm just kidding. When is he? Next year. Or next week. Oh. Yes. You did? Yay. They do. I was just talking about you. Oh, I know, to Juliet.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I
Are you
didn't know.
saying good things?
All good things. of
Because I don't know if
course.
I don't know if I'm her friend every once in a while.
No, I mean, it is what it is, but we were still talking about this is your roots and things like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Well, I better shout out.
That'd be a smoke signal. I've been out there fighting.
Oh, my wife.
Already on the. You're 10 o'clock at night.
think that might be a good way.
Quick question, everyone. Do we have a Cynthia Halverston in here? Okay, so she might be out in the atrium. And is Catherine Chukas in here yet? There's Catherine. I see Catherine. So we'll just go, Courtney, can you just go find Cynthia Halverson? Thank you. All right.
All right, thank you for bearing with us. Those of you who are online, we now have completed the boardroom swap, whatever else. All right, next up, our superintendent comments, Ms. Haber. It's a great reminder, if you have your cell phones on, please turn them off.
All right, well, good evening, board, and great happens here in D20. I want to start by celebrating our amazing counselors. This month, February 5th through 9th was National Counselors Appreciation Week, and I was not here. I had to do it virtually. So I asked Maureen if a whole team could be here when I could be here in person. We truly have phenomenal counselors. I've had multiple opportunities to see them in action, and we'll have a little video here in a minute too to show you counselors in action at Timberview. But National School Counselors Week, its purpose is to focus public attention on the unique contribution of school counselors within U.S. school systems. National School Counselor Week, sponsored by ASCA, American School Counselor Association, highlights the tremendous impact that school counselors have in helping students achieve school success, plan for a career, and develop social and emotional skills. National School Counseling Week is always celebrated the first week in February, and the 2024 theme was School Counseling Standards-Based, Students-Focused. And that's definitely what I see in our counselors every time I'm out in schools. They are student-focused. And so now I would like Director Maureen Lang to come to the podium.
Thank you, Superintendent Heber, for recognizing our school counselors this evening. And I am honored to introduce to you three of our counselors. Well, we have a lead counselor at each of our levels. So first, we have Katie Bratt, who is at Rampart High School. Katie, come and stand back here. And then we have Brittany Nosker, who is our lead for middle school, and she is at Chinook Trail Middle School. And then our elementary lead counselor is Christy Whitaker from Discovery Canyon Campus Elementary School. And also with us tonight is a huge support person for all of our counselors, and that is Julie Hendrickson, who is our health and wellness specialist. In January, just to give you a little background, we asked all of our counselors to give us 3 to 5 highlights of their school counseling program that they have at their schools. And what we did was then we collected all of that and we compiled some one-pagers, and I believe each of you were able to get one. So there's one for elementary, one for middle, and one for high school. And we actually had 2 counselors from Pine Creek High School help us put all of this information into this great one-pager, and that was Sarah King and Kelly Stewart who helped us with that. And each of our lead counselors now are going to share just a little bit about some items from this one-pager.
Good evening.
It is a privilege to share with you just a snapshot of some of the roles and responsibilities of the ASD 20 high school counselors. As high school counselors, we address the academic, social, emotional, and college and career needs of all students. Our high school counselors are MTSS team members, college and career advisors, social emotional supporters, 504 coordinators, extracurricular sponsors, and much, much more. Above all, we are advocates, encouragers, and supporters of all of our students.
Have also all of those responsibilities of academic advising, college and career planning, social emotional pieces, but also we do individual counseling, group counseling, social emotional lessons, ICAP, and some academic advising. We're there to see the transitions from elementary into middle school, and then again when they transition to high school. Middle school counselors get to observe a very unique time in adolescence, as we can all agree, and a time of tremendous growth. We strive to meet all of the needs for our 5,240 middle schoolers that we currently have in District 20, and we strive to meet them where they are at. Just a little snippet to tell you my favorite thing about middle school counseling is that we do something called a minute meeting. And brief, what that is a minute meetings when we sit down with each student on our caseload and get to know them on a more personal level. The minute meetings are just one way we build relationships with students in a quick manner, and we learn ways that we can connect each student in our building.
So last but not least, elementary. It's really hard to give a full snapshot of what we do and what we enjoy, but I think the best way for us to describe it is through the MTSS kind of process. With our tier 1, the services that all of our students receive for classroom guidances. And then that next tier is our small groups, and my favorite, which is check in, check out, getting to know the better. And even that tier 3, where we provide that extra support and services for students and families who may be in crisis. And I think one of the big things about elementary is often we operate in single entities and really rely on our teams in the buildings and our community and our parents to
So on our next slide, we have a great video that was done about counselors at Timberview Middle School. Here we go. And then you'll have to go ahead and click on it. Slide. Here we go.
We're school counselors. Of course we have all the fidgets.
We're school counselors. Of course, while going to the bathroom.
Andrea, we need you for a second.
Somebody finds us to deal with a crisis.
I'm a school counselor. Of course, I have 14 scooters in my office until February 1st.
We're school counselors. Of course, I have 2 tissue boxes in my office, one for a crying student and one for me.
We're school counselors. Of course we know all the Timberview tea.
We're school counselors. Of course, we don't have a lunchtime. We just eat whenever we want or don't eat at all.
We're school counselors. Of course we have time.
We're school counselors. Of course, what you say in our offices is kept confidential, unless it falls under one of these 3 categories.
Of course we're school counselors. Our office is a safe space for all students.
We're school counselors.
Of course we're fine. Everything's fine.
So board, I've just had a wonderful couple of weeks and school visits, and thank you again. Those of you board members, several of you have had a chance to go to different schools with me, and I think it's been a great learning experience for all of us. So recently, Director Shandy and I had a chance to go to Discovery Canyon Elementary School, and we had a chance to go into their amazing media specialist was doing several different activities in the library, and this little girl reading a book on her line. I just couldn't help but take a picture of that because she was just really enjoying her book. Principal Steve Scott was sharing with us, they have 3 students of the month from every grade level now as a way to recognize more students. And we just had a great time in classrooms with students. The corner picture, the students were doing different kinds of coding activities. So just what a great staff, and we thoroughly enjoyed our visit. And then we had a special surprise because, it's not going again. There it goes. I don't know, maybe I have to sit back here. Yes, Principal Scott said what we want is we need to test out the silly string because they were going to do one of their classes won a contest, and all the students at the same time were going to do silly string. So I think they wanted to check it out. And so we had a great time together. It was a fun way to end our day. Then just recently, I had a chance to go to Edith Wolford Elementary School, and what a great time we had there. It was for their Health Jam Day, and started the day, I had a chance to go to Mrs. Ray's 4th grade classroom. And we couldn't show the picture of it, but I actually had a chance to join their morning meeting, which was their community circle. And the students were all rolling the ball to each other, just talking about what they're most proud of. And I got to sit in the circle and be a part of it. But then it was pretty amazing. Mrs. Ray and I started talking, and she mentioned that her dad was in assisted living. I said, well, my dad is too. And it turned out they were both on the skilled nursing unit together, and they were friends. So we had to take a picture together so I could show my dad and she could show hers. So it really is a small world, and I was just thankful for that moment. And there is Miss Ray's wonderful class. And then we also have a picture of Carol Ann Dotery, who's the PE teacher in the lower left-hand corner. She has a pink shirt on, and she is actually the one that started the Health Jam at Edith Wolford, and I believe for our district. So that was just a real special time to be there. And then there are a few other events I had a chance to see. So I had a chance to drop in on the Colorado Springs Public Service, and this is still the Health Jam, yes. And it was by the Colorado Springs Utilities, and he was showing about electricity. So on the top picture, you see the student completing the circuit, and he's super excited because it lights up. Then he did it in pairs, and you can see a nice surprise look on that little boy's face. And then I was so excited as a former science teacher, they linked all of us together. All the students, we all had to touch fingers to complete one big circuit, and that was just super fun, and it worked. So what a great lesson though, hands-on lesson around electricity, and so that was super fun. Also as part of the Health Jam, we had Soccer Buddies activity in the gym, which was sponsored by Soccer Buddies organization, which promotes soccer for young soccer players. So that was fun. And then I had the wonderful privilege of meeting Reed Andrew, who is Tom Andrews' son. And a thank you to Heather for catching the action shot there with the juggler. I was trying, but I was not very successful, but I'm determined to have him back to teach me how to juggle. But it was great. I did a great lesson with students around juggling, but just was such a fun day to get students up and moving and really thinking about being healthy. Then while I was already out there in the Black Forest, I decided to stop by School in the Woods, and they've always got amazing things going on. But these are pictures every Valentine's Day. They plant tomatoes. And the students grow tomatoes all year, and then they, at the end of the year, they actually harvest those tomatoes and they sell them. And I know Allison was telling me she bought some of their tomatoes one year and they're amazing. So we'll let you know when there's a harvest and we'll be able to participate in that. But just always doing very creative, amazing things at School in the Woods. And then Stars of Honor was a special program, actually, in conjunction with the Air Force Academy. And Director Wilburn actually started this process and put this program in place. So Stars of Honor partners with local school districts in the United States to recognize outstanding youth achievement, both inside and outside the classroom, encouraging students throughout the United States to strive for greatness and to become leaders in their communities. And Director Wilbur, I believe it was Foothills Elementary that was there. Is that right? Do you want to add just anything of what you saw? Because I know you were there that day and you sent me this picture.
Yeah, the kids had a great time. So they were in there jumping up and down, doing what kids do at ball games. They get their tickets for free, and they get to be recognized over the loudspeaker and put up on the jumbotron and all that stuff, and everybody loves that. So it's just a great experience to recognize kids who have performed in the classroom with something that's fun, they can enjoy with their family, doesn't cost the district any money, doesn't cost the family any money, and it's right here in our own backyards.
Yeah. And I know we're talking about maybe promoting more of those opportunities, maybe even at football games, to see how we can expand it. So it's exciting. I had a wonderful opportunity to be at Prairie Hills Elementary School today with Ashley Livingstone, the principal, and Sean Motley was the gentleman who, and he presented this wonderful drawing to me. He was in the National Guard for several years, for over a decade actually, and he just retired. And this was his way of thanking our district. He said that our district, even in comparing to some of the other people he served with, was just very, very supportive of him the entire time he was in the National Guard, especially when he was called away for duty. So he was very appreciative, D20. And so I will be putting that in my office. It's just really appreciate him. And then the picture on the right, I had a chance to go during WIN time, what I need time, and that is one of our elementary schools have reading tutors, and this was a small group that one of the reading tutors was doing. And then recently, we had a chance to go to Air Academy High School. As you know, we are in the process with the PSMIP grant program, getting the funds in place to be able to get a brand new Douglas Valley Elementary. In partnering with Department of Defense, they're going to be coming out in March for 2 days to look at the site at Douglas Valley and see if there's anything else that we need to do to get that going. And then we're going to start looking at the high school. And we know that a brand new high school costs roughly close to like $150 million, and then a remodel would cost somewhat less, but that's still, 30 million, 40 million that the district would need to come up with, us paying 20% and the Department of Defense paying 80%. So during the first coffee and conversation, I had Seth Harvey from BlueStack and also Lindsay Pack from Innoflex, and Ann Caesar came up to me right at the beginning of the year and said, we want to partner with you. So I've been meeting with them kind of off and on throughout first semester. We saw a great CT Career Technical Education program in Arizona. We did a Zoom with them. And then I thought, wait, we've got some amazing things going on at Air Academy. Would they want to partner with us as part of the PSMIP program and potentially help us out with the construction of a large, potentially a large remodel and expansion of their career academy areas. So we had a great visit and had a chance to look at the engineering classes that were there. And boy, seeing the kids at work, they were just building like three-dimensional cube kinds of models and just working on different kinds of projects. And you could just see the lights go on with our business partners. So much so as we were driving away, they were still excited and talking about how they could partner with us with this project, and even said that, they would help us and how can we expand our partnerships and invite other businesses into looking at this Air Academy project and helping us with that. So that was really an amazing day, and just really a thank you and a shout out to our Air Academy staff. They just are rock stars and just have such a passion in what they do. Then we had a chance, CASB Day at the Capitol. Director Shandy and Yanez, we had a chance to learn about all the different legislative different kinds of legislation that's out and in the House of Representatives and with the senators, and had a chance. They said, well, if you want to, you could try to stop by and see the governor. And we're like, well, why don't we just go in there and just see if we can see him? So we did, and we just kind of hung out in the office, and we said, all we want to do is just have 2 minutes. And they're like, well, we're not sure. And they came in and out a few times. And then right before it was time for us to leave, he came out, and we had a chance to thank him for we're eliminating the negative factor, which has had a negative impact on D20 and other districts in Colorado, and to just really thank him for his focus on early childhood. And I know Director Yanez, as a preschool owner, you had a chance to talk about universal preschool a little bit. Some of your concerns were as well as some of the things that were going well. So it was just really a fun way, a fun thing that happened during the day. And of course, we had a chance to meet with Senator Paul Lundeen and Senator Bob Gardner. Had a great visit with them, and then also had a chance to meet with another House of Representative, Anthony Harstock. And I took this picture on the right. This is the Adams 12 board president. But again, another small world moment. Lori and I actually taught together in 8th grade. My first 3 years of teaching, we shared a science classroom together. So it was really fun. Tanya kind of got us reunited, and it was fun to share what was going on in Adams 12 with their board and what they were working on and what we're working on. So connections are always great, even if they're like from the past. A real huge thank you to Representative Don Wilson and Representative Rose Puglisi invited us and got a special seating right on the floor at the front. And so we got to see our legislative process in action. And then we met Laurel Cruz, who is in the jacket on white jacket. And we just started this conversation with her, and turns out that she is the communications director, one of them for the House of Representatives. She's a D20 graduate, and she says, if you need anything, so I have her phone number now. So if we need anything around communications at the Capitol, we're connected from one of our own D20 grads. So again, another small world moment that was amazing. We are starting up a district technology advisory committee. And Shelley, I'll just read a description of it. If you have anything else, Dr. Kuser, that you want to share, Kuser, let me know. But basically, the selection process for the 2023-24 District Technology Advisory Committee is currently underway. This year, DTAC's focus is on fostering a shared understanding of AI, artificial intelligence, for teaching and learning in Academy District 20. The goal is to provide guidance, recommendations, and action steps to promote the effective and ethical use of AI among staff and students in the pre-K through 12 learning environment, with a focus on the 4 key AI pillars, which are literacy, professional learning, ethical considerations, and policy integration. DTAC will meet in person 4 times on March 13th, April 10th, April 24th, and May 8th from 4:30 to 7 o'clock at the EAC. Dr. Kuser, is there anything else you want to add to that?
There we go. I would. It's kind of interesting with the District Technology Advisory Committee. We always get a lot of participation. This year is no different, I think just with the interest of AI in general. But we solicited for committee members, and to date we have 85 committee members from students, staff, parents, and community members. I think I mentioned that, but it's really around the interest this really has generated. So we have to pick 34 out of that 85. And so that's going to be kind of a challenge because we're looking at all kinds of criteria. Obviously, we want to have a diverse representation around all of the sites in the schools, the different groups. So we're really looking forward to this and kind of learning together as well.
And thank you, Dr. Kusser, for doing that. That's a huge need to be able to look at AI and what we want to do with that in the future. So I also had a chance to see the Penrose House Conference Center near the Broadmoor. We had our high school retreat there, had a wonderful time with high school principals. We just really found out some of the key things that they wanted to talk about, they wanted to problem solve about. So we did that for about 2 hours and it was wonderful. I think we all felt like that was a good use of our time. And if you haven't been to the Penrose House, it's amazing. I would like to try to get that for a board retreat at some time. It's beautiful. They were tearing down a tree though when I was there, so it was a little tricky getting out of the parking lot. We also, as you know, had our Hall of Excellence and introduced 3 new members, as well as our new board members and me as a superintendent. But these are the 3 here are the 3 amazing people that we just inducted. Again, congratulations to Kay Esmiel, Bob Cohn, and Kathy Kroom. Through their leadership, this year's inductees had incredible impact on the district, including creating the first human resource department, leading our general counsel, and educating D20s for decades. Thank you again to the communication department for organizing and coordinating this event and helping honor our people long after they've retired. What amazing legacy, and I love this celebration and celebrating the people that have really made our district great. And next we have Eagle View Middle School alumni actually get engaged. So congratulations to Harrison Parham and Madison Megason for their recent engagement. More than 10 years ago, this couple met as middle school students at Eagle View Middle School. With the help of some school staff, Harrison was able to propose to Madison at the same place that they met during the 2013 Eagle View Showcase. Good news, Madison said yes, and congratulations to this happy couple. Also, congratulations to Brian Macros, a sophomore at Discovery Canyon Campus High School, who has been selected as an Operation Homefront 2024 semifinalist Military Child of the Year Award. This program is the nation's premier tribute to the accomplishments of America's military children, recognizing the positive influence that they have on their families, schools, and communities, despite the unique challenges these young people often face. Brienne's parents are both U.S. Air Force pilots, and Brienne is the president and founder of WISE, Women in STEM Engineering Club, president of the Military Connected Youth, DCC varsity cross-country member, and so congratulations to Brienne. Those are huge accomplishments. Next, again, great just keeps happening here in D20. 3 school-based businesses. Congratulations to DECA at Air Academy High School, Discovery Canyon High School, and Pine Creek High School. 3 school-based businesses have earned the highest ratings from DECA. Congratulations to Air Academy, Discovery Canyon Campus, and Pine Creek High Schools for earning their gold certification. With Cadet Enterprises, the Canyon Cafe, and the Eagle's Nest, our students are running successful businesses from their school hallways and learning the necessary skills to become entrepreneurs and future business owners. Again, creating opportunities for students' futures. And then we had a Liberty High School student. It goes for a cross-court shot, and we actually have it on video. So here it is.
Shooting night.
Yeah, that's like so amazing. So, you know how you always hear rumors about that? That is that it's true. It really did happen. All right. We also have Mayor Civic Leaders Fellowship, a student who won that award. from Village High School. Matt Stewart, a civics and government teacher at Village High School, is making an impact in our community. He was recently chosen for the Mayor's Civic Leadership Fellowship. Over the next year, he'll join 24 individuals from different industries to get an inside look at government in Colorado Springs. He hopes to bring a unique perspective as an educator to the group. Congratulations to Matt. And this is huge. Pine Creek High School wins 4A state swim championships. I asked them if they wanted to come, but they couldn't because they were already practicing for another competition. So board, I just wanted to invite you and we'll send you out an invite. I think it's like about 9:30 on Tuesday. They're going to have a school-wide assembly for them taking state. I know I'm going to go invite you guys to come. So just let Tina know if you want to come. We had that wonderful opportunity for when the Air Academy girls won the cross country, and now we have Pine Creek winning state with swim. So huge congratulations to them. That is really a tough sport and takes a lot of dedication, getting up early in the morning and swimming all those laps. So we're really excited for them. And Pine Creek High School Unified Basketball Team just also won an award. The Pine Creek Unified Basketball Team has been selected to participate in a showcase game at Chassa Basketball State Finals on March 9th at the Denver Coliseum. They will play against another unified high school basketball team from either Denver Public Schools or Aurora Public Schools at 3 p.m. Pine Creek is leading the way with all things unified in our district at the high school level. We are working up increasing participation across the district, including our middle schools. Love unified sports, and I really look forward to expanding that program in our district. And just couldn't help but end with Happy Valentine's Day. We all realized we were in the black and red and just had to get a photo for that. All right, and that's it for my report.
All right, thank you. Board, any comments this evening? Ms. Shandy.
Just wanted to say how much fun it was and so informative to go up to the Capitol that day and see how the legislation goes through. We got to watch a committee meeting as well, and that was really informative on a topic that is definitely affecting us. So that was super just great to witness and get to be a part of. And I just wanted to thank you, Superintendent Haber, for your endless efforts to help make us all better. And not a lot is seen, but we see you. So we just want to thank you and your drive to help us all be better. And when we don't do things right the first time, figuring out how to do it better. So thank you.
Ms. Yanez.
So I really debated sharing this with you guys tonight. You know, I wrote something and then I erased it and I wrote it again. And anyone who likes to write things knows what that can be like. So I have things that are written that I want to say and things just from my heart. And I'm sharing this with you. It's hard because it makes me obviously vulnerable. But I feel like given the conversation this last week and a lot of the emails I received, I'd be remiss in not sharing my story. I really believe in telling your story every chance you get. And I think that sharing lived experiences, we learn from each other and we all grow from that. So I'm going out on a limb here. And when I talk to my own kids and to my students, I tell them, this is one of those things where I need your eyes and your ears, right? I won't tell you what to do, but 6 years ago, the Monday after the Super Bowl, actually, my husband was shot in the line of duty. While I sat at school grading spelling tests, he was living the worst 10 seconds of his life. 10 seconds that led to the tragic death of his beloved teammate. While I continued on in the comfort of my classroom, he was tasked with ending a threat and then began a long journey of healing that continues today. Gun violence has deeply impacted my family and is nothing if not personal. I walked terrified into a trauma center to only see my husband, I'm going to edit some of this, being sent to surgery as I heard the wailing of a young widow whose life was forever changed. I sat waiting stoically while my children cried, knowing that my husband's physical wounds would heal. But an inch to the right and we wouldn't be sitting in the hospital, but in our living room making funeral arrangements. I tell you this not to be dramatic. I tell you this because I sit here as a real human being with a lived experience that you know nothing about, but it's not your fault because you might not know me. I sit here as a public servant, volunteering 15 plus hours a week because I love this school district and I love all of the people in it. I'm not here to push a political agenda. I'm here to listen to everyone. And when I think about the violence that happened that day 6 years ago, and I think about the environment that we find ourselves in now, I'm asking everyone to take a deep breath and remember we all have a lived experience, every single one of us, and it matters and it's important and I want to hear it and we should share it. It makes us better. But words are weapons and we have to be careful in how we use them. Thank you.
Any other comments? So I'll go ahead and make a quick comment here. Many of you joined us for the work session, study session beforehand. Not all of you were able to make it. So I just want to share something that we discussed at that point, and that is, this is a conversation that we're having right now with a lot of emotion behind it, but this is the start of a conversation that is a very long conversation. No decisions have been made. We're here to listen and discuss. We started, again, every conversation has to start somewhere. Ours started today. There's nothing kind of in the windshield as far as timing and what happens. No idea where this journey will end up. But I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that there is no decision that has been made. We want to hear everyone who is coming to talk to us tonight. And we have received hundreds of emails. We have read hundreds of emails that have been sent to us, and we appreciate the engagement from the community. We are going to continue that engagement throughout this process. So again, something we've mentioned several times already at the previous study session. Wanted to make sure that everyone who wasn't able to attend that was able to hear kind of where we're at as far as that process goes. We're going to continue to communicate out as we make progress. So now we're going to do a quick picture with the counselors.
Yeah, I meant to do this right after the update, but sorry, but we do want to need to get a picture. So quick break and then we're back. All right.
All right, we need a motion to approve the consent agenda as posted.
Moved. Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cons,
Aye.
Mrs. Shandy,
Aye.
Mr. Wilburn,
Aye.
Mrs. Yanez,
Aye.
Mr. Salt.
Aye. Thank you. We're now up to 215 attendees online. As there are no items pulled from the consent agenda, we will move to written reports. Board, were there any questions there? We discussed the safety and security topic at our study session. Is there any other comments anyone wanted to make on that? Ms. Cons?
I just wanted to see if Mr. Payne, Director Payne, would be willing to just come up. I don't know if this is a new thing for us, having written comments, but I asked Mr. Payne earlier if I could just ask a couple questions publicly, kind of a macro view of our safety and security. Thank you so much. So in the study session, we talked a lot about specific armed responses and staff. But I just wanted you to share with us and with the public a little bit about the protocols and procedures that we have in place, just on that basic macro level, keeping every campus safe and secure. I think of things like keeping all the external doors closed. You mentioned keeping all the internal doors locked. So can you just share some more about that and how every single staff member in this district is trained on those procedures and how they're held accountable for keeping that safety at a top concern and high standard?
Yes, so thank you. So when we look at safety and security across Academy District 20, we focus first on, all of our buildings that we have physical target hardening. And when I'm talking about safety and security, there's just multiple layers of safety and security, from physical safety all the way to our mental health side as well. And across the board, we just do numerous trainings on our side of the house for physical safety, and also all of our type of emergency responses, whether it be a weather response or if we had an active gunman, come into the building. So we do use the I Love You Guys Foundation's format. It's called the SRP, the Standard Response Protocol. With the Standard Response Protocol, every school, you'll see in every school that you go in, there's a poster that's there, and it has the 5 protocol, or I call them posture changes, that the whole school could go into at any time, at any second. So with that, the focus of the district safety and security team was we've transitioned this to where myself and my assistant director, Buck Meyer, we'll go out and we'll do a 1-hour live training at every school. So what we're doing is we're doing this with the staff members of the school, and it kind of takes a lot of pressure off of our principals. Our principals are wearing so many hats these days. And so for them to go in and say, well, I'm the expert on security, which are not. So we have to transition that to where this is a non-negotiable. So we set those up, and then within that day or the next day after doing the training with the staff, it gets them an opportunity to ask us questions. And so they're part of the solution and saying, hey, how do we handle these things? Instead of saying, well, I've just been a participant when we do safety drills. So now they're engaged and they're involved to work through with it. So we do the 1-hour live training. And then of course, I talked earlier about, we have the emergency response team in the school, and then as well that team, then we come back and we'll do a 1-hour training with them on some type of a tabletop. We've done from active gunmen, we've did from mandatory reporting, we've done from a fire. We also did, this year we did a tornado, so that we walk through it step by step. So if we have any type of emergency, that we're all on the same page and we're working together. So every school receives the exact same training, to include TCA and New Summit. So we work through the whole district and make sure that everybody's on the same page. So the big focus for us is having that consistency, where the teachers can actually say, well, hey, can you come and look in my classroom? And so then that gives us an opportunity. If they say, I really don't know where to put my kids during a lockdown, then we can go in there, we can look at it, and then they feel valued that we're listening to them. We're there, not just here it is again, and we move on. So we focused on that to make sure there. All of our elementaries and middle schools are secured at all the times. And so when I say secured, their doors are locked all the way around the building. We keep those secure. In order to enter an elementary or middle school, you actually have to go through a buzz system, go through the front door, and then press the earphone, and then you're checked by the Raptor system, or if you're dropping something off or whatever, you're checked through there, and then the school can then make the determination if they're going to let you in or not. The high schools are a little bit difficult because they're open campus and kids are coming and going, but we have initiated a new protocol this year, and actually we're open by spring break, that every high school actually now have that same system. So they're going to be able to, if in a split second, they can actually lock the door. And so now the whole school will be locked down through the front if they have an emergency. So working through with the teachers, the principals, phone calls, going out and doing site visits and looking to add additional cameras in areas of concern, additional access control cards around a building. Last year, we focused on our elementary schools and for keys. It's really hard during a crisis to pull a key out and try to get the key in the door. So what we did was at the elementary level, at a lot of the preschools and the kindergartens, we actually went ahead and put card swipes on the back because they're out in their little private playground. So we did that to enhance. So if they have an emergency, they can get back into the building real quick. So it's always just looking at continuous process improvement, looking at how we would respond, and also making sure that our kids can get back in the building safe, if they need to, and then also having off-site plans if they have to actually leave the building and go to an off-site location. We're also working through those issues just to make sure that we have really good stuff in place. And then everybody's on the same page. That's our big focus.
Thank you so much for sharing that with everyone. And I think we tell the kids all the time with safety issues that if you see something, say something. And I think it's super important to remind all of us adults as we are visiting our kids' schools, as we're working at the schools, that let's take this seriously. Don't let people walk in behind you when they haven't been checked at the front doors. If you see a door open in the back because someone is hot, please ask them to shut it. All those little things that we can all take ownership for can help a lot.
So I will tell you, not only just from the security side, from our school leaders, from teachers, from our facilities folks, everybody knows that you do not prop a door in the building. Doesn't matter if you're coming and going for 1 second, you do not prop that door. So, and I get calls, I get pictures sent to me from a parent who will say, hey, I just saw this door open. My first thing is I call that principal and say, can you tell me why the door is propped in the back? And a lot of time they don't even know. And it could be a worker there. If it's a contractor, we go out there and we educate that contractor that we have specific rules. And when you sign the contract to work in our buildings, you will not prop our doors. So we make sure that we're very stern about things like that. We do not want anybody to get into our buildings through the most common way that bad guys have entered buildings, and that's having the doors propped or things like that. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, board? All right, thank you. All right, next written report was the monthly financial report. Does anyone have any questions or comments on that? Okay. Next, section 10, presentations, the ESSER update, Superintendent Heber.
Yep, Deputy Superintendent, Ms. Becky Allen.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me a few moments. Does that sound okay? It's loud? Okay. Thank you for giving me just a few minutes to update you regarding ESSER. It feels like I was just giving some introduction about ESSER several years ago, and it's hard to believe we're coming into the home stretch. So several of the first slides just give you an overview. ESSER funding came in waves as a response to COVID. First, we had CRF, or the Coronavirus Relief Funds, and then we had ESSER funds as well. It's important to know that the funding needs to be used on things that are resulting from the pandemic. If there's not a connection that can be made to the pandemic, then it really isn't eligible. We also cannot use these funds there are very tight restrictions against any type of construction or anything of that nature. The next slides just give you an overview. We had ESSER 1. You can see when that deadline was. Our first batch expired in September of 2022. On the top of the slide, it just gives you the overall amount that we received. And just like we do with our typical funding, It gets sent out to TCA and New Summit based on a pro rata share of what's their piece of the pie, if you will, of the total student population. So you can see the funding that they received as well. And then at the bottom, each time I just gave you by large scale buckets where we went ahead and spent those dollars. So there's ESSER 1. You have ESSER 2, which expired this past September. And then you have ESSER 3. This is the last wave of, and the largest wave that we received, about $8.6 million. You can see in the chart at the bottom that we've spent or we project to spend based on our current planning about 8.3 million by the end of the year. So we have about 300,000 that we will wrap up. We have until September 30th of 2024. But again, we're already starting the wind down process because we don't want to be a part of what's called the ESSER cliff. And the ESSER cliff is just that. On September 30th, those funds stop. And so we have tried to be as responsible as we can throughout this process. We have, for example, some of our ESSER funds in staffing. And you might be wondering, Becky, why in the world would you do that? Because those are ongoing costs. The bulk of the staffing that we've used ESSER for are for INR positions, ones that we know are going to end. Examples are academic support teachers, instructional paraprofessionals, etc. Those are just some. And although they are making an impact, we know that monetarily those funds run out. Just to give you a sense, this year alone, just how much TE we are paying with ESSER is a little over 17 TE. How does TE work? A teacher's 1 TE. A special education para, for example, let's say in a center-based program is 0.46 TE, and there's some variations there. Out of that TE, we do have some that we are going to continue, and I'll explain why and how we're planning to do that on the next slide. But something very important on this slide is in the upper right-hand corner. When ESSER 3 was released, there is a requirement associated with it that was not there for ESSER 1 or 2. The federal government and the state, of course, of Colorado, requires that at least 20% of the funding be spent on what they determine learning loss. So all of our activities that are related to learning loss have to use at least 20% of the funds. As of today, we're at 37%. It's been a major focus area for us. Examples include tutoring, summer school, instructional materials, adaptive materials, online materials to try to bridge learning gaps, those types of things. So I wanted to assure you that that's a big requirement and that we have exceeded that requirement. Now, we've tried to be as resourceful with the ESSER funds as possible. As you know, not only for us as the lowest funding in the state, but for all school districts, money is at a premium. And so when you look at this slide, this is really saying, okay, we've got this cliff coming up on September 30th, 2024, and how have we planned for it? Think about all of the money that you've seen spent on the previous slides. What we are looking at this slide is work that Cabinet, Dr. Field and her team, Shelley Kuzer and her team have come together. We started about a year ago saying, okay, these are all of the things we're spending money on. Just a reminder, these funds are going to end. Now, there are some areas that we really feel need to be continued, and let me explain why. When you look above that top line, you see a few things. You see some funding to support our schools that are either Title I schools now or are just coming off Title I or just teetering on still being Title I and not quite making the percentage in terms of the number of impacted students. Well, Title dollars pay for things like interventionists, other academic support folks in literacy and math. We can't just cut that cold turkey. Well, towards the beginning of ESSER, we found out A good news story was our poverty rate was lowering in our school district. But monetarily, what that means is we were facing about a $600,000 cut in title funding that linked to the needs that you see in the second two bullets towards the top of that slide. At the time, I knew that we were going to have to pay for those positions out of the general fund. We could not stop them cold. Well, ESSER came. And I said, okay, we're going to continue these positions, but let's fund them through ESSER for as long as we can. So we've been doing that. But I knew at the end of the 23-24 school year, those costs were going to come and need to come to the general fund. We expected that to happen. And so you can see that we'll be planning to spend some funds out of our general budget when I propose that budget to you in May. You will see a continuation of these positions because they're not quite ready to go. You will see for Doug Valley, as an example, we have a phase out plan. They're no longer technically a Title I school, but we can't just stop it all of a sudden. We've got to give a ramp down so that we don't really hamper the academic progress that is happening for those students. The other one is the top bullet. We had several several elementary schools that only had a part-time counselor. And that's hard. If you have a crisis with a student, a suicidal ideation event, it sure is tough if you don't have a counselor there. So Mr. Smart and myself made a commitment at the time that we were going to make sure that those few schools that only had a half-time, we would make them full-time. Well, again, we knew we were going to pay for it for ESSER and that it would come due for at the end of the 23-24 school year. So that's why those expenses are there. The middle one is around tutoring at our elementary schools. We have last year about $285,000 in ESSER was used for literacy one-on-one reading tutoring. Well, our READ Act dollars continue to shrink from the state each year. So we're really working with the elementary principals. Again, something that's been popular and is having impact for students academically, for growth and achievement. We really need to pause and say, is there a way that we can continue to support some of this work? So our elementary principals are giving kind of their asks of what would help them. And I'll be sharing that with you as well when we share the proposed budget of trying to allocate some of our general fund resources to make sure those pieces don't stop. At the bottom are also outstanding programs, things like some teachers on special assignment, technology staff, additional hours, and our Family Resource Center in terms of our counseling and our food pantry and clothing closet. Right now, we know that for some of these positions, we would need to be able to free up existing resource to be able to fund those. At this point, they're in red because if we do not identify something we can give up, then those positions will sunset at the end of this year. For the Family Resource Center, for the clothing closet, for the food pantry, Mrs. Lang is working very hard to pursue various grant opportunities to see if those monies are available to continue. What would happen if they don't? Then it would look like a pause, and we would have to pause those services and continue to pursue funding opportunities to go ahead and see when we would be able, hopefully in the future at some point, to look at unpausing those services. The tricky part, just like it is for many families in their own lives at home with the family budget, sometimes when you have needs, you can't make them all work. And unfortunately, I say this to be just to illustrate the point, not to be sarcastic. We don't have a trip to Disney World or a hot tub on our list. These are all very important items. And so it's a tough decision-making matrix in terms of prioritizing what are very important pieces. So I just wanted to give you some background. I applaud the staff in the district, the leadership, cabinet, who have managed this money so carefully. It would be easy to go ahead and hire a bunch of staff members and all of that then you hit the end and you're short. So I applaud the planning and stewardship with these funds that have been shown. One more note before I take any questions that you have. As we look into budgeting, I again will be bringing this to you for the proposed budget. There is one budget item that has a quick turnaround time that I want to just let you know about. Each year, one item that we always share with the board is our commitment to our health insurance provider. Ours is Kaiser Permanente, and our open enrollment period opens April 1st. So we have to go ahead and commit to Kaiser. We can't wait until May or else we would miss that opportunity. Now, many school districts are encountering double-digit percentage increases to premiums. We have a cap negotiated with Kaiser. For this upcoming year, it was 7%. So that's the max increase. I can tell you the actual increase is higher, but we're being held to 7%. It's about $1.2 million. And, unless you have a concern, I'd like to go ahead and move forward to get the ball rolling on that so we can get those insurance premiums set and those contracts set. More to come on that, but it's one that is time sensitive, so I wanted to make sure that I brought it up with you. The final slide I'll show is that we also received some ESSER funds that were specific and some American Rescue Plan dollars through IDEA, specifically for special education. You can see the expenditure buckets, if you will, at the bottom of that. People also ask me, Becky, what are you going to do with those funds for things that need to go ahead and continue? And Dr. Lujan Lindsay really is focusing on for some areas that her general fund may not cover, that some high need areas could go back to IDEA dollars moving forward next year as well. So do you have any questions for me?
Ms. Yanez.
I really hate not sending questions ahead of time after reading things, but I'm going to just throw this one out.
I'll just do my best.
Okay. So I think 7% is a lot less than I'm seeing too, like in professional
Yes.
liability. In my industry, 19% increase, and then another 13% in general.
Yes.
So 7%, that sounds
Yes.
great. How long of a contract do we have with Kaiser to buy that cap essentially?
Yeah. It's a great question. So we went out to RFP to go ahead and, it's time every so often to look at the competition that's out there. And I think when you do that, you sometimes get the best and final, right? And so we were very pleased. We got a few things in this. Kaiser was our best value to continue, and we've had Kaiser, and we had a cap, double-digit cap in the past. And a few things. Number one, we got a 7% cap for 1 year. We also now have Peak Med, and it's called One Medical now. It just changed. What is Peak Med? Well, I'll give you an example. My son, he was sick, a few weeks ago, and I can take him to Peak Med, and it's free. No copay. And so it's a really good advantage for families, and you also can get in like the same day or the next day. Now, if you break your arm or something, that's not the place to go. They'll be nice to you, but they're going to tell you need to go to the hospital or somewhere else. But those basic ear infection, sore throat. So one that is ease for our community, our staff, but also we hope that it lessens the use of Kaiser, because your rates each year, to answer your question, it's an annual look at what your increase is going to be from year to year. It's based on what's called experience. How much did you use it? The more your school district staff use it, the higher the increase is going to be. The less, the less. So we just started with Peak Med, this summer. So we don't have enough data, but I'm also hoping a positive outcome of Peak Med or One Medical will be that we'll have decreased usage for Kaiser that we can see in the pocketbook. Now, we had a renewal meeting with Kaiser, and they were letting us know, Becky, we think that we want to stop the cap. So I said, that was a virtual meeting. I said, we all need to meet in person. So they came here, and you know me, I explained the 178 out of 178. I explained that a cap is absolutely one of the biggest drivers to us continuing our relationship with Kaiser. They were talking, well, maybe we'll give you a 25% cap. I said no. So they have said, Becky, we'll land back at 15%, which is what we're used to in the past. So that is something that we're going to have to keep negotiating each year, but it is something that we will continue to fight for. We had 2 years in a row where we lowered staff premiums by 10%. And so that is something very important. And if we ever get to the point where we feel like we need to see what else is out there, we're not afraid to do that. Is that what my voice sounds like? Uh-oh. I don't know how everybody puts up with me. I can hear that New Jersey accent.
It sounds better in person.
It sounds better in real life? Okay, thank you.
Board, any other questions? Mr. Wilburn, if you need to get your mic, you can. Mr. Wilburn, you can go ahead.
So is the 1.2 million before or after open enrollment? I think I missed that.
The 1.2 million is basically, we have a certain cost this year that we pay for premiums. That cost is going to go up 7%. So for next year, it will be 1.2. The decision points that we make as a district, we kind of have a few choices when we have an increase. One is that the school district will absorb all of it so that the premiums stay static for our staff. So even though the rate went up, their monthly premium is the same. Another option is to give them all of it, which we've never done in the time I've been here, or a cost share. So as a cabinet, we look at those different things and we're still analyzing that. I will tell you that it's still a priority for us to have strong salaries and benefits. And so we have our hopes of what we'd like to do, and we'll continue to work on that during the budget process.
Okay. And the ESSER fund, so they sunset every September. Is that like the military? Is it use it or lose it, or do unallocated funds push forward into the next year?
They push for, they do not push forward.
Use it or lose it.
That's right. And so you've got until that deadline, and then you're done. And actually what you'll see from CDE, we might get it again this year. They sometimes scramble a little bit. You'll get an email in September. If you've got a plan for ESSER, let us know now, because they're starting to see that some districts have unused funds.
Okay. And so about in 2023, about 1.7 million or so of the ESSER funds were dedicated to salaries. You explained that most of that is going to non-permanent employees, but I have to assume some of it does. So do we know, so for those employees who are permanent, the ESSER increase ultimately becomes a salary increase that isn't part of their new compensation package. About how many, what percent of that 1.7 million, do we know?
It's about, if you go back to this slide, this would give you an idea at the top there. So the price tag, if you will, for those top three is about 633,000. For TE, we plan on 78,000 per TE, but it's a little, if you do the math, it's not quite perfect, because you know what? We know who the people are in these positions. And so our 633 is actually based on the staff who are in there now and their salaries.
Makes sense. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Allen.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Allen. Next is the legislative update. Superintendent Haber.
Sorry, Tanya. Legal counsel, Tanya Thompson.
Thank you. And I have a slide that, oh, there we are. Thank you. So this time of year during the legislative session is when I provide the board an update, the second board meeting of each month. So that is this meeting. So I'll just start my update by sharing the federal updates. And this is the CASB Federal Relations Network that I joined at the end of January in Washington, D.C. with our representatives across the state of Colorado who met in D.C. to advocate for federal education issues. We met with our Colorado congressional delegation and their staff to highlight the ongoing needs to fully fund, in particular, IDEA. IDEA has been an underfunded, has been grossly underfunded since it was first authorized in 1970. A couple the last couple years we've said, well, we're the closest. So when it was first authorized by Congress in the 1970s, the aspirational goal was to fund it at 40% from the federal level. The closest we've ever been were in recent years past, and that was at 16%. However, with inflation and us continuing to operate on CRs, continued resolutions, there have not been additional funding allocations to IDEA. It's remained flat, and with inflationary costs, we now estimate that the federal share is about 13%. So that's less than what it's been in recent years past. So it's very important that we continue to remind our representatives in DC the importance of fully funding IDEA, or at least creating a glide path. I get that it is extremely expensive, but what is being proposed currently is a 10-year glide path to get us closer to that fully funded 40% within 10 years. So bringing it back to the state level, we are on day 36 of the 120-day legislative session that began January 10th. It will adjourn on May 8th of 2024. And already there's been over 40 education-related bills that have been introduced that impact K-12 education in some way, including, and some themes are starting to come into focus, including mental health. Education is always a common theme, and then of course our state budget. So in your packet, you were provided the legislative update. When the board packet is due, it's the week before, so you've already received an updated legislative update. Keep in mind that it's still very early in the session, very dynamic. Things are going to pick up in the pace of amendments and changes throughout the session as committees meet and work is done on these bills. So just know that with what is being introduced may not be what we actually get by the end of session, but I'll just draw our attention to a couple that may be of interest, starting with House Bill 241044. This is a para service retirees for schools bill. This is a bipartisan bill. There's also a companion bill, which is SB 2499 as it relates to rural schools. That is not included on your update for this particular update, but just know it's a companion bill designed to allow districts to hire our para retirees without a reduction in the service, the retiree benefit that's paid to that retiree. They will not be penalized, if you will. They won't lose benefits for coming back to serve when an employer determines there's a critical shortage of qualified candidates. So this would allow an employer to hire, employers such as the district, to hire those retirees once we determine that there's a need. So that's really aimed at easing some of our staff shortage areas. The next bill, just a little bit further down on that page, is House Bill 241096. This is the School Psychologist Licensure Interstate Compact. This is one that's really designed to allow better reciprocity across states and for school psychologists to be able to provide services in a school setting and improve the availability of those services for our students. It's currently in the Education Committee. The next bill we'll talk about is following page on, it's House Bill 241167. This is a prohibition of student seclusion, and this bill seeks to prohibit the use of seclusion on students in school. Keep in mind, our district already has policy on that. That's policy JKA, which is titled The Use of Physical Intervention and Restraint. It was adopted about the time that the Protection for Persons from Restraint Act was authorized by our legislator. Seclusion is part of what we already address in our policy, as well as that Protections for Persons Against Restraint Act. So we will continue to watch this and just determine how that may change our process around that. House Bill 241221 is a perennial, unsuccessful, unfortunately proposed. It's a state income tax credit for eligible teachers. So a licensed teacher in the state of Colorado is proposed to get a state income tax credit or to offset the cost of buying classroom supplies. Unfortunately, it's introduced annually. It doesn't, it's not been successful in the past, but we'll. And lastly, I'll leave you with House Bill 1296. And this is modifications to the Colorado Open Records Act. This bill seeks to allow record custodians to have the authority to deem someone a vexatious requester and bar a person from obtaining public records for 13 days under the bill. Additionally, it would establish a broad new exemption allowing the withholding of records containing information that, if disclosed, would invade another individual's personal privacy. This bill is not seeking to limit public transparency, but really to try to bring some control to the serial and the volume of CORA requests that public entities are required to comply with, including school districts. And so there's a lot of interest around Colorado Open Records. We'll see how that progresses, if it does in fact progress, but right now it's assigned to the Military and Veterans Affairs Committee, which we typically call the Kill Committee. However, they really do work. So I don't discredit this committee by any means. There's work and there's good stuff that comes through this committee, but usually when things get assigned to that committee, it's a bit of a signal that that's the Kill Committee. So we'll continue to watch that. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have at this time.
Any questions, board? Ms. Thompson, one question for you. During the casualty resolution process, we had one that had also dealt with CORA, was different and just provided a lot more flexibility, additional time to respond, some other modifications, but increased flexibility on the school district's side. Have we seen anything kind of in that vein, or is this the only CORA bill that we've really seen that would impact us?
Unfortunately, I don't take any credit for that. Just in general, there was a CORA bill that made it through the session last session. When it made it to the governor's desk, he vetoed that bill. So unfortunately, it was a bit of a setback for trying to reel in some of those demands that can be not just the response time, but just the sheer volume of requests that we're responding to on any given day. And then also the type of requesters, whether or not a person can seek attorney's fees on their own behalf. That was also part of that bill that was vetoed. So that's a really wayward answer to your question, Mr. Salt. I think CORA is in every session addressed in some way. And so I do think that there are going to be ongoing efforts to try to create something that's manageable, but balances that against the public transparency and the public's right to know.
Thank you. Ms. Yanez.
Ms. Thompson, the House Bill 241221, the income tax credit for eligible teachers. Early childhood educators, I think it was last year, the state introduced an income tax credit for early childhood educators. So this is just more of a question as to, I see bipartisan support for it. It's assigned to the Finance Committee. I don't know what their record is, but it sounds like someone needs to try to get into the governor's office to have a conversation about that so that teachers could have an income tax credit of their own, I'm assuming K-12, since you've got the Colorado Department of Early Childhood and then CDE. Do you know the support levels for that?
Well, it is bipartisan, so that's good. That's a good start. Um, it really depends on the fiscal note that's attached since it is a credit. Um, so it's one that we'll continue to watch. The one thing that I will say is that it does require the person to be a licensed teacher employed in a public school full time. So I don't know if our early childhood educators that work in a private setting would meet that criteria.
I think the income tax credit that already exists is for any early childhood educator, and their criteria is based on their level. So you get leveled in early childhood through PDIS, and so I think that's how it's attached. But I'm gonna watch this one too.
Sounds good. Unfortunately, I don't know near as much as about the early childhood aspects.
Mr. Wilburn.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. I don't expect that you've read every single one of these. 40, and that was just last week. There's probably more by now. But some of these that place expenditure requirements on schools and school districts. We talked earlier today upstairs about the requirement to replace all lighting in schools with LED lighting, but no provision for paying for it. I don't know how some of these little schools are going to pay for that. In looking at 1307, again, I don't know if you've read it yet, talking about mandatory infrastructure updates, HVAC infrastructure improvements. Don't know where that's headed. It's in a committee that's certainly not a house to kill. If you do have any familiarity, is there the potential for significant financial impact on District 20 in some of our older schools? Any idea?
Well, so there are a couple of these in here. If you look through, House Bill 1307 that you pointed to is, yeah, it does require there to be HVAC infrastructure in the improvement projects going forward. So it's drafted as a prospective. So going forward, we're required to have these. There's also one around purchasing buses.
Yeah.
With HVAC. The question that we're asking is, why is it so targeted at schools? Why aren't we looking at other public places of accommodation, such as a library? It's completely rhetorical, but it does feel a bit targeted because of the implications and the assumptions that, as you pointed out, it comes with some sort of fiscal responsibility, if not paid by the state, would fall to the burden of the district. But I think most of those capital improvement projects already contemplate HVAC. I can't speak to those smaller rural districts that maybe they can't build that in, but all of our projects would be compliant.
So it's okay. So it's concerning construction, not retroactive. So the wording isn't Eagleville Middle School has a 38-year-old HVAC system, replace it. It's today forward. Okay.
Correct.
Any other questions, board? All right. Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Cortez, how many people have signed up to speak during public comment section number 1?
In public comment section 1, we have 10 students, and then we have one that's not related to a topic where we have more than 10 people, and then we have 10 and 10.
All right, thank you. The board welcomes the comments of our community members. Speakers must sign in prior to 1 p.m. via an online form, and they must limit their remarks to 2 minutes or less. In deference to ASD 20 students, students will be allowed to speak first during the first public comment section. Following any student, speakers who wish to comment on an agenda item will be called in order of their sign-up. We greatly value all comments from the public, but in order to adhere to board policy and accomplish the work already on the agenda, the board will not respond at the meeting. Speakers may offer appreciation for or criticism of school operations and programs as concern them, but are encouraged to exercise their speech rights responsibly, as they are personally responsible for any legal consequences attributable to their comments, including claims for defamation. Please keep in mind that students often attend board meetings, including at least 10 of them tonight. Speakers' remarks, therefore, should be suitable for an audience that includes kindergarten through 12th grade students, including no use of profanities or obscenities. Comments concerning personnel matters should be directed to the superintendent or board president in writing with your signature. Supplemental written materials can be given to the security guards, and they will be delivered to the board secretary. The board president will recognize each speaker and may interrupt, warn, or terminate a speaker's statement that is unrelated to the business of the school district, inappropriate for K-12 students, or disruptive to an orderly, civil, and productive meeting. Thank you for your cooperation. We will be doing this baseball style. Are we doing a rolling three?
Rolling three.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So our first three speakers, and these are all students at the beginning. First will be Adeline Cleveland, then Saffron Stevens, and then Avery Wormers. So we will get started with Adeline.
Good evening. My name is Adeline. I'm a sixth grade and have been a student here in ASD 20 for 5 years. Tonight, I speak with deep concern over arming teachers and staff within our schools. The idea of putting guns into the classroom is terrifying. By giving our staff a firearm, we are adding more risk than safety to our schools. Statistically speaking, when school staff are armed, more accidents occur. Examples include, at Highland Elementary School in Ohio, 2 first graders gained access to a gun while in a school office. At Central Middle School in Missouri, a gun at school was stolen by 2 middle schoolers. In addition, there are dozens of cases in which a firearm has been left to be found by others, often in a school bathroom. While these incidences seem distant or outlandish, the risk is significantly increased when we introduce guns into our classrooms. FASTER provides 24 hours of training, whereas highly trained police or security personnel undergo extensive training over 1,000 hours. I find it ironic that our teachers who receive dyslexia training are required to receive 700 hours before becoming CALT certified. However, in just 24 hours, staff is certified to bring guns into our classrooms. I further question, how will you guarantee our staff are mentally sound enough to protect our children? How can you promise that students will not be able to overpower a teacher in an attempt to gain access to their firearm? As a student you are trying to protect, how can you guarantee to me that a gun will not misfire or shoot me or one of my peers? How can you guarantee me, a teacher, will be able to look a student or former student in the eye and shoot them point blank? Because studies
Next, we have Saffron Stevens, followed by Avery Wormers, and then Reed Olson.
My name is Saffron, and I'm a junior at Pine Creek High School. When I heard that the board was going to be proposing an implementation of the ununiformed armed staff members into D20 schools, I did what any self-respecting teenager would do. I told my friends. The reaction I got from my peers was always the same: shock. Pure, unadulterated shock. Followed immediately by a question: why? And this is the same question I pose to you now. Why work to undermine positive school environments? Why risk unintended consequences, both in the school and legally, such as claims of intimidation and harassment towards students by armed teachers, or law enforcement officials confusing the teachers with the real threat, especially when you're already dealing with a multitude of issues and concerns with your leadership as is? Why would you implement something into schools that SROs have said they strongly oppose due to safety concerns? Why would you harm students' trust in educators who don't wish for the implementation of this program in the first place? Why exacerbate the issues concerning teacher shortages and make teachers uncomfortable? Why ask teachers to make an irreversible choice in moments of chaos, stopping a shooter which could be a former student? Why risk the potential of students obtaining access to these guns, creating a situation which would have never been an issue in the first place? But I also question how. How do you account for a secure area in a classroom to hold a gun? How do you ensure the safety of students while the teachers are otherwise occupied facing off against a shooter? How do you know that there will not be accidents or that these loosely trained teachers will not forget what they have been taught in times of crisis? Gun violence is a major issue, particularly gun violence in schools. And if you think that putting more guns into schools will bring an end to this problem, you need to do your job as elected members of this board and listen to what your student and teacher constituents are telling you. This will not fix anything.
Next is Avery Warmers, followed by Reed Olson and then Nathan Boylston.
I think that's good. Good evening, board members. My name is Avery Wormers, and I am a junior at Pine Creek High School. If bullying is an issue, the answer isn't to introduce more bullies. If self-harm is rampant, then the answer isn't to encourage it. So let me ask you, why would the solution to gun violence be adding more guns? Guns kill, guns get maim, and guns bring fear. Bringing guns into the classroom will directly cause a fearful environment. Guns in the classroom prevent nothing. Guns in the classroom are nothing more than a sign of the inevitable. Sitting back and waiting for a disaster to happen is cowardice. I will say it again, cowardice. A teacher didn't sign up to return fire. So why should we expect them to do this job? Let's look at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. 19 students and 2 teachers killed over a course of an hour and 15 minutes. 376 highly trained police officers sat in a hallway grabbing hand sanitizer. Once again, what makes you think teachers should be the ones to stop this? We need to stop prolonging the inevitable and focus on the real root of the problem, mental health. It needs to start outside of the schools and continue within them. Teachers with guns is little more than a Band-Aid fix. Thank you.
Next, we have Reed Olson, Nathan Boylston, and then Liam Lampier.
I would like to begin by thanking the board and district for my opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Reed Olson. I'm a junior at Pine Creek High School, and I will be going over 2 concerns I have with the proposed policy on the 9A of the agenda, safety and security. These concerns are of both safety and money. Concern 1, student safety. I may not be an expert in student safety, but I am an expert at being a student. I personally would not feel safer with more firearms in the school, whether wielded by trained teachers or not. According to the proposed policy, teachers would need to be visually identifiable as carrying. This would effectively be as intimidating as an open carry and would make both me and the teacher feel less safe, which would almost certainly lead to lower school attendance. I have had personal conversations with many of my peers who have stated that they would simply not attend certain classes if their teachers were given firearms. Also, this would provide access for students to obtain dangerous weapons. 2 days ago, there was a shooting in Kansas City with more than 800 officers present. Mayor Lucas stated we had eyes on the buildings and beyond, and there was still danger. Even with a small army of officers, there is still 1 death and more than 20 injured. The solution to gun violence is not more firepower. The vast majority of high school shooters are between the ages of 15 and 18, and training is not the magic fix-all to handgun safety. Many of my teachers, trained or not, I cannot imagine being able to shoot down a teenager, even a violent teenager, who could be a current or former student that intrudes the school. Teachers are professional educators, not professional soldiers. My second concern is the expense to the district implementing this policy. The primary cost is due to insurance, which may increase by up to $400,000. According to Everytown, vicinity due to a firearm, irrespective of age, triples the risk of death by suicide and doubles the risk of death by homicide. Consequently, this will add another pillar of stress onto teachers who could be paid the $400,000 we are deciding
Next, we have Nathan Boylston, followed by Liam Lampier and Carter Leffler.
My name is Nathan Boylston, and I'm a junior at Rampart High School. I'm speaking here tonight to express my opposition to the proposal to arm teachers within our schools. Growing up in a society where mass shootings occur on an almost regular basis, the fear of school shootings is a consistent thought that floats around in every student's mind. Deciding to arm teachers rather than addressing the root cause of this problem is just adding insult to injury. When comparing America with other countries, school shootings are almost a uniquely American phenomenon. The common denominator is that these countries focus on preventative measures and that their schools and communities are not filled with armed individuals. Sadly, last night, a Super Bowl parade turned tragic when over 20 people were shot and at least one person died. This happened in a space that had over 800 law enforcement present. Although devastating, this event again proves that adding more armed individuals does not fix the problem that our country faces. Arming teachers only increases the risk of accidents, misuse, and unintended consequences. Our teachers are not trained law enforcement officers, and expecting them to handle firearms in high-stress situations is unfair and unrealistic. The idea that introducing one more good guy with a gun who is going to instantly take out a school shooter is a fantasy. Instead of focusing on arming teachers, we should prioritize improving on what is already working in our schools. Organizations such as No Place for Hate and Source of Strength, as well as the diversity in clubs and extracurriculars, help to give students a safe place where they feel that everyone belongs. School shootings are never random. In almost every case of a shooting, the perpetrator showed various warning signs beforehand. By training our teachers and staff members to recognize these warning signs, we can effectively prevent future catastrophes. Continuing to invest in Ruler, SOS, and other mental health resources, strengthening current security measures, and continuing to promote a culture of inclusivity and belonging is what is needed. There are many people here tonight who feel very strongly about this issue. I ask that the voices of parents of current D20 students, D20 staff, and our security team be prioritized over voices of those who aren't personally.
Next is Liam Lampier.
Hello, my name is Liam Lanfear, and I am a junior at Rampart. I strongly encourage you drop the idea of allowing teachers and school staff to be armed. My opposition is not based on a fear or hatred of guns. It is based on a healthy respect for weapons as the child of a career military officer. It is based on an understanding of how much care and responsibility it takes to handle a gun safely. It is based on an understanding of how high stress, high intensity situations cloud judgment, and how, with a firearm, the smallest misjudgment or moment of indecision can cost lives. I'm opposed to sitting in a classroom with an armed adult who, though trying to do the right thing, lacks the depth of training, judgment, and experience necessary to prevent a tragic event. To presume that an armed staff member with just a few days of training could come close to the knowledge base of a sworn law enforcement officer is ludicrous. In the state of Colorado, law enforcement officers must receive a minimum of 556 hours of academic and skills training, including at least 72 hours of training on weapons, self-defense, and the use of force before serving. It is unconscionable to allow teachers to bring loaded guns into the classroom having only a fraction of the training time and experience they need to operate firearms safely. My opposition is well supported by both teachers and school resource officer groups. The American Federation of Teachers and the National Education Association, the nation's two largest teacher organizations, have said they oppose arming teachers. The National Association of School Resource Officers stated that they strongly oppose proposals to arm teachers due to the risk it would pose to law enforcement, students, the school community, and to the armed teachers themselves. What it comes down to is this: the faster model of gun training for teachers.
Next, we have Carter Leffler, then Saul Cowell, and then Nathan Whitcomb.
Hello, my name is Carter Leffler, and I am a student at Rampart High School.
and I stand before you today in strong opposition to the proposal to arming teachers in District 20. Yesterday, it was reported that a police officer in Okaloosa, Florida, was forced to resign after he and a fellow officer emptied their guns into their own squad car. The officers reported fearing for their lives after hearing a suppressed gunshot from inside the vehicle. In reality, it was simply an acorn falling from the roof of the squad car. Despite firing more than a dozen rounds from only a few feet away, thankfully, not a single shot hit the suspect handcuffed in the back seat. The police officer in question was a former Special Forces veteran with 10 years of military experience and 2 tours in Afghanistan. If someone with this much training can overreact, how do we expect a gym teacher or an assistant principal to behave with only a few days in training? If someone with this much training can't hit a handcuffed suspect that is confined in the back of a police car from only a few feet away, what chance does a teacher have against an assailant with an automatic rifle? And more importantly, what happens when inevitably they miss? The stakes are so much higher in a classroom filled with 30 kids. If the risks are so high and the chances for success are so low, then what is this program really all about? Put simply, it is about the fantasy of being a hero. Living in a fantasy is easy. It requires no work, and because the likelihood of ever being tested is so low, we can delude ourselves into thinking we have done something meaningful. Instead of rolling up our sleeves and working on real causes of gun violence in schools, this program sells us the fantasy that any ordinary citizen can stop a massacre. Instead of arming teachers, we should be supporting the red flag laws and make it harder for people with a history of abuse and violence to access these weapons of war. Instead of arming teachers,
Next is Saul Cowell, then Nathan Whitcomb, and our final student speaker will be James Gale.
Hello, distinguished board members. My name is Saul Cowell, and I am a sixth grader attending Timberview Middle School. I'm speaking here tonight because it has come to my attention that District 20 will be considering uniformed armed staff members. In my opinion, the 3-day program that they will undergo is not enough time to go over the numerous situations that can occur in a two-way shooting. I feel secure at my school. Allowing teachers to carry firearms will not make me feel more secure or grounded. It would have the opposite effect because wherever guns are involved, students will be in danger. I do know that the teachers are not supposed to replace security guards, but why have guns if not to replace the security guards? More guns are not the solution to the ever-growing problem of school shootings. If keeping students safe is your main priority, then giving school staff guns is not the answer. It is the last thing that you should do. I do appreciate the efforts to keep our students safe, but faster is not the answer. Thank you for your time.
Next is Nathan Whitcomb, followed by James Gale.
Good evening. I'm Nathan Whitcomb. I'm a junior at the Village High School. I would like to start off that arming teachers is not in the best interest of the student body or the teachers themselves. To start, many D20 schools already have armed guards who I trust, and many of them were former police officers with sufficient training and experience in that career field. I feel teachers should be more concerned with teaching rather than worrying about people who want to harm. That is not their job. Their job is to teach. It is not fair to the teachers of our district who already have a heavy workload outside of school to worry about this issue. I would not feel safe with a gun in the classroom, and this shouldn't be a burden that should be placed upon the teachers or the students. Thank you.
Our final speaker is James Gale.
Give it a second.
I'm a junior at the Village High School, just like Nathan. I have met peers who would like to attack fellow students and could easily overpower teachers. Now the school board would like to give this teacher a gun. Now a teacher has to control a classroom with students who could care less about what the teacher has to say, and they need to make sure that they don't fiddle around with a firearm. And going back to when students fight each other or overpower the teachers themselves, how is it that escalating the situation with a firearm is going to improve our education? Sorry, let my phone. Especially with former classmates I knew threatening to shoot their peers, how is it that giving them yet another opportunity to have a gun is going to improve the education in an already challenging learning environment? See, while you may divorce yourself from reality and think of the teachers as John McClane from Die Hard, you have forgot what it takes to make a good teacher and good student. And going back to a former discussion, you believe teaching history will shame white children. This shows how much faith you lack for good educators. Any good educators, such as the excellent ones I have, would give students information and wouldn't try to make an opinion for them, unlike you all on the board. But with this lack of faith, the board wants to arm the teachers.
That concludes students.
Thank you. As we move out of the student section into the adults, I want to say, number one, I'm going to hold you all to 2 minutes. Number one. And number two, because we have a lot of additional speakers, if we could keep the applause down so we can tick through this as quickly as possible, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Ms. Cortez.
So we have one speaker that's not related to the more than 10. And so our next speaker is Catherine Chukas.
By this more than 10, less than 10. I saw nothing in writing about this. I am speaking about an agenda item, but in the future, can you make sure before 7 a.m. that you talk about more than 10s and less than 10s? I've been very busy and I just got here before 6 o'clock.
I'm sorry.
Again, my name is, again, I don't want this to go against my time, please.
No, this won't go against your time. We'll restart in just a second. I just wanted to let everyone know, this is a board policy that was passed under the last board. And so it's been in writing. It was passed sometime in the spring or maybe even last fall. I can't recall. No, it was in the fall. So this was something that went through the
More
board
than
process.
10, less than 10 about the legislative update. Got it. We'll do that next time. More than 10 about the legislative update and more than 10 against the legislative update. That makes sense next time. Let's remember that. Okay, so again, my name is Catherine. Can we please restart the clock? My name is Catherine Chukas. I'm a D20 resident, an Air Academy parent, and I'm its SAC chair. I'm here to talk about West Side safety, and again, it's about the animals. I get to sit in the passenger seat a lot more when driving in my neighborhood because my kids are getting their hours in for their driver's licenses. Yes, my Woodman Roberts and Eagleview kids and their friends are behind the wheel now. So I noticed the deer, and even though they travel in a herd, they are very respectful of cars. They wait on the sidewalk and listen, and then they cross single file. It's the turkeys. The turkeys are a total different story. They walk out in front of the traffic and stare down the cars. It's the turkeys that are going to cause the collisions for my kids on Delmonico. It's the turkeys who are going to end up flattened. And the rest of my comments are about the legislative update in the board docs. And now I don't have the same sheet of paper that Ms. Thompson shared with you guys. My data is 7 days old. It would be nice to have those pieces of paper out for us as the public as well. You knew this was my topic, but I'm going to now share you the perspective of a parent and a driver of gaggles of teenagers in the neighborhoods around Air Academy High School. First, HB 24-1076 is about Purple Star schools. We kind of do this already. Our SAC last month, we discussed our application for Air Academy and for Douglas Valley. I'd contact those principals if we're concerned about Purple Star schools, or contact D49, who their entire district is a Purple Star district. HB 24-1164, free menstrual products with a grant to apply for. Hooray! Support this. If that grant is enough, I also suggest that we set up a fund via the ASD Foundation so that we as stakeholders can contribute to it expressly for the 2025 school year. I have to say that this district's buying power is going to go probably a little bit further to make my contribution of $50 to this cause annually much better than me funding a little kit of menstrual products out of my own pocket. Normalize accessibility of menstrual products for tweens and teens, just like the Pikes Peak Library does. Finally, SB 24-122. This wasn't really talked about, and I may have the number wrong. It was a
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Your time is up.
So now we're going to move into the section where we had more than 10 individuals sign up for the same topic. So there's two groups of people. Our first group of people is going to talk on behalf of the safety and security update that was received tonight. This first group are folks who are so our first group are folks that have concerns with what they heard and saw at work session or at the board meeting. So I'm going to read 3 names at a time. And our first 3 names are Leah McFan, Lynn Cito, and Justin Hicks. The entire section for this has 20 minutes. So we're gonna set the clock for 20 minutes. Does that all work? Do you just want to do 2? Okay, just 2 minutes per person. Okay, so we'll do Leah, Lynn, and Justin. They gave me more than 10 names. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Leah McFan. I'm a teacher in this district, and because this also seems to matter to most of you, I'm a Christian, a registered Republican, and a gun owner. I want to start by reading the values as stated on the District 20 website. We believe people are the heart of our success. We aspire to practice meaningful inclusion, honor diversity, and develop a culture of belonging throughout our school community. We believe relationships matter. We aspire to nurture relationships rooted in honesty, integrity, equity, and transparency to drive continued growth and positive change. We believe in quality education. We aspire to teach and learn in ways that value the growth of all students, engaging them to demonstrate excellence as we respect their individual journeys. Meaningful inclusion, a culture of belonging, relationships matter, honesty, integrity, equity, transparency. If all of these things are true, then why do so many staff members feel unseen, unheard, unimportant, and unsafe? You say that people are the heart of your success, but refuse to call delays or snow days on the basis that families can keep their children home if they feel it is unsafe to send them to school. What about staff? You say that people are the heart of your success, but engage in massive discussions that directly affect staff and students without considering to engage staff in the conversation first. 87% of staff who were surveyed said they would be more likely to leave the district if staff in ASD 20 were allowed to carry firearms. What about staff? My safety is just as important as the safety of our students. My safety is not a game. Conversations that revolve around my safety are not a game of filling seats at a meeting with people who support you. My safety should involve me. What about staff? As a responsible gun owner, I know that when a gun is on my person, my priority has to be on the gun. How am I supposed to teach classes of 34 students and perform the countless duties that are expected of me to the best of my ability when my attention is directed on a gun? What about staff? In just a few days, 500 staff members have signed a petition stating their opposition to a staff firearm program. With the amount of money, staff, and emotional duress a program like this will cost the district, enough to...
Thank you. Your time is up. Order, please. I'm sorry. Oh, that's a discussion we can have at another time. We can't do that technically tonight. Thank you. Continue, please.
Okay. Well, good evening, board members. Good evening, board members. So yes, I'm Lynn Cito. I know one of you, but for those of you who do not know me, I am a teacher here in Academy District 20, and I have been so for the past 12 years. In addition, I began my teaching career back in 1999, so I feel teaching and learning and the acquisition of skills is something I know a few things about. But in addition, I've been training in the martial arts for the last 12 years, specifically karate and jujitsu. And I am also married to an El Paso County Reserve deputy who serves as a volunteer in their reserve staff. And when I heard that this board was investigating and considering programs such as FASTER, where staff members such as myself could voluntarily engage in training to carry a weapon in my classroom, I was honestly kind of shocked. At no time have I ever had the phrase "stay in your lane" seem more applicable. I am trained to teach, not to defend the security of others in a classroom setting. And so I researched the FASTER program. One of the things that really bothered me about it is the fact that there is no psychological evaluation listed on anywhere on those FASTER websites for people who voluntarily undertake this training. Before my husband could engage in training as an El Paso County Sheriff Deputy, he had to undergo a very rigorous psychological evaluation. He was interviewed, I was interviewed, friends and neighbors were all interviewed. Then he engaged in the 500 plus hours that was mentioned so eloquently by our students, at the end of which he was tased and pepper sprayed in the face. And that is just to do the basic duties. How am I, as a staff member, to be expected to do those same duties with 3 days and 26 hours of training? It's a ludicrous.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Next is Justin Hicks. Justin will be followed by Catherine Bradford and then Patrick White.
I am the parent of a kindergarten student in District 20. I was born and raised in Colorado Springs. I went to Mountain View Elementary School, Challenger Middle School, and Pine Creek High School, and graduated in Eagle. I am a part of this community and I have concerns about this program. I was present at today's study session. This program has been developed for years, yet upon mention of instituting it in D20, the insurance provider said they're going to drop all liability insurance. That was on your report regarding this matter. Why would they immediately do that with no proposal in place? On Faster's own website, they mentioned this program grew because rural areas were worried about 30+ minute response times from law enforcement. We don't have that problem here. What's the purpose? It was mentioned in today's session the heightened risk of shootings in metropolitan areas. Shootings are obviously heightened where population is heightened. What is true is that school targeted shootings occur in rural areas far greater numbers. So what is the purpose? The presence of multiple shooters increases fatalities. This is fact. This is regarded as fact. The Arvada Good Samaritan was killed after they had killed the shooter by a police officer who didn't recognize him as the Good Samaritan. I want to present you with a couple of situations with all the great statistics that have been said. A teacher is pointing a gun in defense of their class, and their fellow staff member comes around the corner with a gun, and they shoot their colleague. A teacher misses trying to shoot the shooter, and the bullet goes through the wall and kills one of their students. Neither of those situations occurs if we don't do this program. They will occur at some point if we do. This is a ludicrous idea. It is great that we are thinking about safety and security, and I appreciate you all taking our comments today. It is great that we are having this opportunity, but this cannot happen.
Order, please.
Next is Catherine Bradford, followed by Patrick White and Brian Jewell.
And as a registered nurse, the thing that we learned really early on and that is drilled into us constantly is safety comes first, safety first. This is something that I apply in my parenting too. Safety first is always our rule. Whatever we're looking at or considering doing, we consider safety first. As a nurse, another thing that's been really important in my education is learning to look for the evidence, learning to look for the research. We do interventions based on evidence. We don't do interventions based on how we feel about it or how other people around us think this might be the good thing. The students tonight have presented a lot of really good evidence-based research on guns and gun safety. There's no supporting evidence or research backing bringing firearms into schools and putting them in the hands. There's, however, a lot of evidence and research that supports how dangerous this is. As a student mentioned earlier, having a gun in the vicinity that is accessible and students can access them increases the likelihood of a homicide twofold. It increases the likelihood of a suicide. Research has shown that within households with guns, 80% of children know where the guns are and how to access them and have done so without their parents' consent or knowledge. Research shows that in the case of emergency department shootings, 23% of those shootings have been perpetrated with a gun that was wrested from a security officer who was there to prevent violence. Arming teachers is not a proven way to increase safety. keeping guns out of school.
Next is Patrick White, followed by Brian Jewell, and then William Danny.
Good evening. I appreciate the board allowing me to speak. I really appreciate Director Yenis coming forward with your story earlier. That's a good story. I appreciate those conversations. First of all, I am a resident and a parent of 2 D20 students. I'm also a veteran of the Army and a current member of the Colorado National Guard. And as a veteran and member of the military, I take firearm safety very seriously. The military takes firearm safety very seriously. This is why you don't see armed soldiers walking around Fort Carson or the Air Academy. Guns are dangerous. There's an assumption from anyone that has a gun, that carries a gun, that they are lethal. And they are meant to do one thing. They're not a deterrent. They're meant to kill. That's what they're for. So arming teachers would create a risk where there previously wasn't one. Accidents happen. In the event that an accident does happen, who's the recipient of that? A student, a fellow teacher, another first responder? Arming teachers would undermine the educational environment and culture of schools. Teachers are supposed to be mentors, facilitators, and role models, not soldiers. I think what really needs to be done is we need to be looking out for one another and supporting one another and encouraging people to come forward, see something, say something. If there's a problem, we're all here to talk. So anyone that needs to talk, anyone that needs to come forward, you can reach out to me. Thank you.
Next is Brian Jewell, followed by William Danny, and then we have Rowan Deaton.
President Salt, members of the board, superintendent, students, D20 staff, and parents. My name is Brian Jewell. My wife and I have 4 children in 3 schools across the district. Between us, we have 29 years of active duty military service, trained on multiple firearms and supported several deployments, including OIF and OEF. We are also Christians, both born and raised in the church in a tradition of faith and service to our communities. And it's because of our faith and our service in the military that we vehemently oppose this proposal. First, our training has taught us that decisions should be based on facts and data, not emotions. Here are 3 facts I urge all of us to consider. First, the FASTER website says there's a, quote, very big deterrent effect, end quote, to having armed staff in schools, but is there any evidence to support this notion? Over the past 15 years, school shootings across the U.S. have, by and large, steadily increased. But so has the hiring of highly trained and armed school resource officers. So, if arming teachers and regular staff supposedly deter school shooters, why hasn't the number of school shootings gone down? It doesn't make sense. If you're looking for evidence, you won't find it because there is none. It's a myth. By the way, this is why the decision to arm teachers and staff will never be implemented by DODEA or Department of Defense Education Activity schools, because the data simply doesn't support the conclusion that arming teachers and staff will make our kids safer. In fact, quite the opposite. In some of the most highly trained police departments in the nation, officers who drew and discharged their firearm in the line of duty hit their intended target only 17% of the time. In other words, in over 80% of incidents, a trained police officer with a gun could not hit his or her target. Over 80%. There's a reason this policy is deeply unpopular at the national level. 7 out of 10 parents, 7 out of 10 teenagers, 8 out of 10 teachers oppose this policy. It's because people who have studied the facts and data about bringing guns into our schools have concluded that the risks to our children and our teachers by far outweighs any potential benefit. Our children and our teachers will be less safe if we allow guns into our classrooms. This is a terrible policy. Don't let anyone tell you different. Thank you.
Next, we have Rowan Deaton, then Dr. Lisa. Oh, did I? Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. I skipped you. Go right on ahead. You're good. You're up. I got overzealous. I apologize.
Yeah, me too.
We got excited.
Thank you. My name is William Sani, not Donnie, by the way. I was born in a country that was actually in war with a neighboring country. I was taught how to basically disassemble a AK-47. Guess who didn't have a weapon? Our teachers. None of us had it. It was just taught. Now, here's the thing. We moved to this country because we saw a better opportunity in the US. We didn't want to be in a situation, and I thank my parents for making that decision, but I didn't want to basically be positioned with my 2 kids in this district to have to figure out if I should pull them out because our educators, the people who are basically professionally trained to educate, have to basically carry a weapon. I carry a weapon myself. I have a CCW. It took me 3.5 hours to get it. It is ridiculous. You cannot expect an educator to actually carry a weapon and know how to situationally be aware of every circumstance to know what to do in that situation. It is impossible. I'm not a military vet. I applaud everybody here for their speeches. Great job on that. But I will tell you, this is a ridiculous idea. The empirical data does not exist to actually support the FASTER program, first and foremost. And there is a confirmation bias. I implore you, please don't do this. I will pull my kids out and you will see a whole lot of good educators leave this district because of the decision. It is absolutely insane to do that. Please don't do it. Please listen to every constituent in district, including those who oppose this, circumstance, whatever you want to call it. It's just ridiculous. It is the pendulum has basically swung far right, and this is not a political statement. It is just the reality of the situation. Talk to the people who basically care deeply about this, not to those who want to LARP, live action role.
And now we have Rowan, followed by Dr. Lisa Woodcock Burrows, and then we'll end with Coring Wrights.
Hello, board members and community. My name is Rowan Deaton, and I'm a teacher, parent, and resident of District 20. I'm the child of a Marine Corps marksman. I'm a proud gun owner, and I am also a survivor of a mass shooting. On May 6th, 2023, I was at Allen Premium Outlets in Allen, Texas, visiting a friend who worked at the Nike store when a gunman opened fire. He shot 15 people within minutes. That day, 9 people died, including the entire family of one of my best friend's students. Neither of us ever saw him again. The situation was not solved by anyone at the outlet mall, but a police officer. Texas is an open and concealed carry state, meaning that a multitude of people in that mall were carrying weapons, some in concealed holsters and some in open. Not a single person stopped the shooter except for law enforcement. I was also a teacher in Texas during the Uvalde shooting, where I was made to watch videos at professional development of the horrors that occurred. My students later asked me if I was willing to die for them. Why is this being asked of me? I was the lab partner of the El Paso, Texas Walmart shooter. His name was Patrick. I can still find him in my yearbook, afraid of the person that he became. And despite all of this, I've spent years of my life with guns. I go to ranges. I will inherit a beautiful engraved Colt revolver from my father that has more history than books in my classroom. However, guns in schools do not make them safer. They do the opposite, according to Giffords.org, who has reported on every instance of mishandled guns in schools. Further, parents may pull their students from the district and teachers may leave, resulting in a decrease in per pupil funding, which is already incredibly low. When a dysregulated student slams you into a wall, in an experience that has happened to me, and realizes that you are deep concealing a gun, what do you do when he reaches for it? When your student with severe depression and a safety plan who you cannot give scissors to in your classroom discovers that you have a gun, how do you ensure their safety? When I am not trusted to select books for my own classroom without approval from my librarian, why do you trust me to carry something that my father told me should only ever be carried when you are willing to kill a human being? I don't go into work every day willing to kill human beings. I go into work willing to teach, willing to love, and willing to care for your children. More guns are not the answer to solving this problem. I don't know what is, but frankly, I don't care.
Thank you.
Next is Dr. Lisa Woodcock Burrows, followed by Coring Wrights.
Good evening. Most of us in this room remember where we were on September 11th when the planes hit the towers. Some of us in this room might remember where they were on November 22nd, 1963, when Kennedy was shot. I remember where I was on December 14th, 2012. That was the day Sandy Hook happened. My daughter was 10 months old. I wasn't there, But I was driving in my car, sitting at a stoplight, serving in my role as a school psychologist, driving between buildings. Tears streaming down my face, my heart broken for those families whose loved ones would never walk through the door again. If you remember, one of the first to die on that day was Mary. She was a school psychologist. She ran directly into the line of fire to protect all students. If the unimaginable happened, I would like to think I'd be as brave as she was. I'm addressing you today as a mother, a community member, as a staff member, and a school psychologist. As a psychologist, I could lecture you about research that shows that access to guns results in increased violence, or the 2018 analysis by the United States Secret Service, which showed that all school shooters had experienced social stressors involving their relationships with others. But I'd rather spend my time talking about solutions. In my 15 plus years in education, I've never encountered another district like Academy District 20, where children and staff are valued for who they are and where staff go above and beyond on a daily basis to forge genuine connections and to build authentic relationships. We need to do more of this. This should be our point of intervention. Imagine that you're a child and you shared with your teacher that your aunt has cancer, that you've lost your home, you need a hug, and you're met with a gun. Whether it's pointed at you or not, visible or not, would you feel safe? In order to prevent tragedies like Columbine, Parkland, Oxford, and Sandy Hook, we need to continue to work together to
Thank you.
Our final speaker for this section is Corin Reyes.
Hello, I'm Karina Rates. I'm a tax-paying resident of Academy District 20. I'm a parent of a D20 student. I'm also a D20 teacher. Teachers have been asked to wear many hats. We have been asked to be more than teachers. We have been asked to be counselors, nurses, technology specialists, behavioral experts, and more. With each hat comes less focus and intent on instructing. Now you are considering adding another hat, one that belongs to law enforcement and security specialists and not teachers, one that will yet again divide the real and appropriate focus of teachers. You would have us need to navigate all the possibilities that come with having firearms in the classroom. Knowing myself and my colleagues very well, I ask you not to do this. I likewise ask you not to look to the Hanover and Peyton school districts as models to follow in this respect. In previous years, I was actively involved as a dean of students with emergency plans in a district near that area. These districts are completely different from District 20. The response time of first responders was very concerning in that area. We had to rely on the El Paso County Sheriff's Department and not the CSPD that is in our midst now. We had to use the volunteer fire department because it would take city services at least 30 to 45 minutes to get to us. That is not the case with Academy School District 20. Let our local law enforcement and wonderful security team wear the hats that they are 100% meant to wear. We teachers are not meant to wear such hats. Our expertise would be divided and clouded.
That concludes those first 20 minutes. So now we can move into the second section of 20 minutes. And these are individuals that signed up to speak in support of safety and security. Should we take a moment while people exit? Yeah.
We'll take a 2-minute recess. Thank you. All right, Ms. Cortez, are you ready for the next? Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Just got to pull up our names. Okay, so now we have our next 10 folks, and it starts with Huey Langenson. I hope, Huey, I pronounced your last name right. Then Kevin Gutman and Lindsay Moore. Those are our first three. So we start with Huey.
Hello, board. My name is Huey Lageson. I'm the executive director of the Colorado State Shooting Association, the state association of the NRA. Also a father and resident of D20. Our organization has members across the state who live in school districts that have successfully implemented the FASTER program. We have also sponsored school employees in receiving this training. Adopting this program and allowing designated teachers and staff to concealed carry to defend against threats to student safety is the right move for this district. Teachers and other staff members have dedicated their lives to making a positive impact on students. Too often we hear of these selfless individuals throwing themselves defenseless in front of attackers to protect their students. Many of them are willing and qualified to carry a handgun to defend their students if they need to. We all hope that need will never present itself. Unfortunately, that's unrealistic. Last year, a former D20 student was arrested after he admitted to planning shootings in several D20 schools. A search of that suspect's bedroom unveiled a map of Timberview Middle School and a manifesto outlining his intentions. The fact that this would-be killer was apprehended before he could bring his heinous plans to fruition is nothing short of a miracle. It would be foolish to assume the next one will be caught before something terrible happens. This board must take action. Arming trained staff members has proven to be the most reliable method of keeping students safe. Posting gun-free school zone signs at every school has been a disaster. This approach only manages to inform attackers that there's nobody in the school with the means to stop them. The vast majority of public school shootings have occurred in gun-free zones. Meanwhile, there are at least 30 school districts in Colorado and many more across the country who allow staff members to conceal carry. None of them have experienced a shooting. In a city with an average response time of 14 minutes for a priority 1 police call, our students deserve the superior level of security.
Your time is up.
This is Kevin Gutman, and then we'll have Lindsay Moore and Maria Bergman.
Thank you to the elected school board members who volunteer and ensure our children receive a quality education and are kept safe. My name is Kevin Gutman. I live in Rock Rimmon. I'm the father of 5 children, all who attended District 20 schools, elementary, middle, and high school. They all received an excellent education for which I'm grateful. Lately, it seems that people are getting crazier and the world is not as safe as it once was. Just last Sunday, there was a shooter in a large church in Houston. At the Super Bowl parade in Kansas City the other day, there was a shooting. Fortunately, there are trained and armed security in place so that more lives weren't lost. On a personal note, in 2007, we had just left early worship service at New Life Church and heard on the radio there was an active shooter on campus. Years before, New Life leadership had the foresight to have a trained and armed security team in place just in case something like this happened. If there were no trained and armed security team, there would have been hundreds, perhaps even thousands of people killed that day. Clearly, having armed and trained security on site is a deterrent. Do you remember what happened after 9/11? We were told that air marshals would now be on flights. They would be armed and anonymous. Since then, have you heard of anyone getting shot or a plane being hijacked? I haven't. Ronald Reagan won the Cold War with a policy of peace through strength. We would all prefer to live in a safe world, free of violence, and not need to take such action as training and arming our staff and teachers in schools. However, that is not the world we currently live in. If we ignore the trend of increasing violence, pretending it will get better, we are just fooling ourselves. I encourage the board to follow other school districts and schools in Colorado and around the country and adopt the FASTER program. Our children are precious, and it is our duty and responsibility to ensure their safety. Thank you.
Next is Lindsay Moore. Lindsay will be followed by Maria Bergman and then Jim Robertson.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lindsay Moore. It's an honor to speak before you this evening. In 2021, I campaigned for a seat on this very same school board and advocated for the FASTER program to protect our schools then. I'm here today as a mom, a D20 stakeholder, and a graduate of the 2023 October FASTER Level 1 program. I chose as a private citizen to take on the mantle of protecting our children. Our focus as parents, teachers, stakeholders should not be on an outward reliance on others, but a multi-layered self-protective system that has proven success. FASTER has proven that they are successful, and in 2018, Peyton's superintendent and Hanover superintendent also chose to support the FASTER program and internally train specific teachers and admins to protect from inside the school. These schools are no longer soft targets for criminals. That is success to me. Let me give you some perspective on the amount of work that goes into this training. So many have this misconstrued idea that any teacher can just pick up a gun and shoot it. In fact, that is exactly the opposite. The criminals who assault schools do that. I spent 7 to 8 months of personal one-on-one time with private firearms instructors training at the range 2, 3, or 5 days a week in order to prepare to even take the test. You must have already passed the concealed carry test and obtained a license. That means you have already been background checked by the county you live in. After 6 to 8 months of training, which is highly recommended by the FASTER team, you are scheduled for the test. This is no ordinary test. You spend 3 grueling days working with extremely qualified, highly trained professionals who evaluate your every move, every tick, and every shot. FASTER protocol is this: you must pass the Colorado Post exam at 100% or no dice, you go home. Colorado police are trained to pass the test of Colorado Post at 80%, meaning they can miss 2 shots. We are not allowed to miss any. There is much at stake. You cannot miss a single shot. Why? Because children's lives are at stake. They drill you and drill you and drill you into the ground so that you can be sure you will be accurate, so that you can be sure.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Bergman, followed by Jim Robertson and then Ashley Springer.
Hello, board. My name is Maria Bergman, and I'm here as a D20 graduate with family members still in D20 and as a board member of the El Paso County Young Republicans. I'm very thankful that we have an opportunity right now to create safer school for every single individual that goes to this district. I only wish that we had these types of policies while I was still a student to have the assurance that I'm attending a safe campus. It is currently the best solution that we have against school shootings. The thing is, we can prevent school shootings. We can prepare. We can do something in order to decrease the chances of this happening with any of the schools in the system. What other solutions are there? Gun control and stricter gun laws have not been working. And even if they did, this is not something the board can implement. SROs, D20 community voted down MLO funding for more SROs. But we still have to do something, and this is the best option that we have. Allowing teachers to have a concealed carry will caution any shooter to come into the school and kill these children and staff. In fact, there have been no reported incident of any school shooting happening in any school that allows their teachers to conceal carry. If you want statistics, that's huge. That's 0% of any school that has this policy. If that's not going to convince you, I don't know what will. You have an opportunity to do something right now that I did not have the privilege of having while I was attending this school. You have an opportunity to potentially completely eliminate school shootings in your district, and that is powerful. We're fighting for student safety. We want our students to focus on education, on becoming successful and making friends, not worrying that their last day at school may happen at any point. Thank you.
Next is Jim Robertson.
Good evening, Board. Superintendent Haber. I think we've heard a lot of comments tonight, and I think basically we can all agree. The need to elevate school security and protect our children is there. Now, how to go about it? as was mentioned before, just last March, an Elbert teenager who was a former D20 student admitted to plotting to shoot up 3 schools, wrote a disturbing violent manifesto. As of last week, he has been sentenced to 6 years in prison. The target schools were Prairie Hills, Timberview Middle, Pine Creek, 3 schools right here in District 20 could have experienced catastrophic tragedy. Thank God somebody saw something, somebody said something. That's a tool in our toolbox. Based on research, a layered approach, a lot of tools in our toolbox that include armed teachers and staff deters violence. Deterrence is the key word here. Rich Payne and his team here are experts in deterrence. I think we need to gather around that word and figure a layered approach to that. Deterrence means that I do not want to come as an aggressor against you because the harm it will do me is unbearable and I cannot stand it and I will not take action because of it. I encourage the board to agree that partnering with a program such as FASTER adds a tool to our toolbox. And is the most prudent next step, at least thinking about it and considering it. Then allow the board superintendent and her cabinet to work through specifics on the program. But let's first agree on the concept of protecting our children and mitigating mass shootings. Thank you.
Next is Ashley Springer, followed by Braden Valentine, and then Amy Little.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Springer and I have 3 elementary school aged children in D20. I want to express my profound appreciation to this board of directors for taking the extremely brave step to explore the complex issue of school safety by adding this additional layer of safety to our facilities. The lives of our children and staff depend on your deliberations on this issue, and I acknowledge the sheer weight of what you're considering. I've had the profound privilege of attending a FASTER Colorado training. While the impeccable training administered by the state's finest SWAT professionals and law enforcement academy instructors was more comprehensive and impressive than I had been expecting, I witnessed something more profound that left a permanent mark on my soul and my psyche. The raw determination and focus of the faculty, staff, and administrators that had voluntarily signed up to attend the training. Before that day, I'd always admired and appreciated my children's teachers and the staff that surround them for what they do to pour into my children. But hear me clearly. You have not met a superhero in plain clothing until you've met a teacher who not only enthusiastically educates your children, but one who chooses to carry the additional burden of training to become the most physically and mentally capable of defending your child's life should that moment come. These superheroes in teachers' clothing attend this training not only to hone their firearms skill, but also for TCCC, which is training to stop the bleeding. They can stop the shooting and stop the bleeding. They don't have to do it on a regular basis, only when the moment, heaven forbid, come upon them. Do the right thing to vote to authorize training of faculty and staff to carry concealed in D20, because law enforcement aren't the first responders.
Thank you. Time is up.
Next is Braden Valentine, followed by Amy Little, and then Brian Moody.
Good evening, board. My name is Braden Valentine, as you just heard. I'm a graduate, Pine Creek High School. I grew up in District 20 schools. And growing up, honestly, like some of the students here said, all my friends and I, we were worried about and thinking about school shootings. It seemed like there's a school shooting or more every single year. And for nearly a decade, if not more, I've thought it a good idea to have armed, trained teachers in our schools. I'm happy to find out that this might become a reality, not because I want guns in the hands of every single teacher in our schools, but there are qualified and capable teachers in schools that do want to stand up and protect our kids, not just teach them. I understand there's some that may have reservations about carrying a firearm to protect our kids, but those that are willing should be given the opportunity to do so. And the FASTER program has given them a great opportunity to do so, so long as it's passed. And I've heard some concerns of psychological evaluations. I went through a police academy and I understand it's very rigorous to be able to train to become a protector of the community. And I think this should be similar in the teachers that apply to protect our kids to carry firearms, and going through background checks, going through psychological evaluations, I think is a very viable option for those that are willing to pick up arms to protect our kids, because they're going to be there when the shooting starts, and they're going to be there minutes later when the first responders finally arrive. But I think it wise that those who are already there and willing to protect our kids be armed and prepared to do so. Thank you.
Next, we have Amy Little, followed by Brian Moody, and the 10th speaker is Victoria Holland.
Good evening. My name is Amy Little. I'm a parent in District 20, and I've also passed the FASTER Level 1 training. I cannot say enough positive things about the FASTER program and my experience. I decided to enroll in FASTER to receive the necessary training to be able to protect children and all innocent lives if I ever encountered an active shooter. I've also experienced being robbed at gunpoint without having means of defense. I would never want to use any of the skills I obtained during the comprehensive course Lindsay described, but the training is well worth it, knowing that its purpose is to save and protect as many lives as possible, providing staff members an opportunity to be able to defend themselves and the students they care for so well. Not only does the FASTER staff provide drills for close combat or distance encounters and multiple scenarios in between, they provide first responder skills instruction, knowing that medical assistance is not available until police have secured a campus. In addition, mindset for active shooter scenarios is covered so that trained staff can be mentally prepared to engage an active shooter to protect the lives of students and staff, as well as forming a plan to work alongside law enforcement. I am very grateful to know that when school is being conducted, children can be protected because there are trained and armed staff that diligently practice regularly in order to keep the campus safe. Because of this diligence and ongoing training, and as a protective mother, I have more confidence children can be safe with faster response times. I hope more schools and districts will embrace this level of security for the protection of our children and teachers in our community. And I believe that the FASTER training would also be a great deterrent to further acts of violence.
Next is Brian Moody, followed by our final speaker, Victoria Holland.
My name is Brian Moody, and I am a District 20 father to 7 former and current students. Additionally, I am the chair of Advocates for D20 Kids, an organization focused on academic excellence, representing hundreds of parents, grandparents, teachers, current and former students, and community members across the district. In D20 high schools and middle schools, there are dedicated armed security officers, yet D20 elementary students have no such security. I find this unacceptable. I am here to thank you for prioritizing our children's safety and exploring layered ways to better secure our schools. You aren't waiting for some horrific tragedy to happen in D20, but rather are actively working to prevent it. The data on allowing school staff to conceal carry is clear. It is the most efficient and effective way to prevent mass shootings. In the best interest and respect for the board's time, I have a signed letter by over 175 D20 stakeholders. On behalf of them and advocates for D20 kids, I urge you to move forward with a program such as FASTER Colorado. According to a study by the Crime Prevention Research Center, there has never been a mass shooting in a school that has allowed its staff to conceal carry. In nearly every one of these increasingly awful events, there are innocent people, including children, sacrificing themselves unarmed to save students. A volunteer-based program like FASTER will empower highly selected and trained school staff to protect their students and themselves. The time for courageous leadership is now. There's nothing more important than our children's safety. Thank you.
Our final speaker for this section is Victoria Holland.
Good evening, board. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm speaking to you tonight as a survivor of the Aztec High School shooting. I am asking you to allow teachers to conceal carry. December 7th of 2017, a man whose name I have never spoken until today, by the name of William Atchison, entered my high school with the intent to wreak havoc upon defenseless children and teachers. Sorry. And although there were only two fatalities that day, one being my close friend, I truly believe between the law enforcement and the armed teachers who came in contact with him that day are the reason there wasn't more. When faced with a teacher who had a gun and the same power as him that day, and the law enforcement breaking in drove the shooter to suicide. The school did not have a concealed carry policy, and this teacher went against that school policy, and I am so thankful because that is why I'm alive today. Now the only thing that stands between the shooter and everyone else that day was that he was armed and we had nothing to protect us. If teachers aren't armed, then what are our other options? The only other option I can think of is continuing to do nothing, which unfortunately is already happening, and that shouldn't be an option anymore. As a mother, I fear my child's safety, knowing the teachers aren't given the ability to protect my child or the students. Our children spend more times inside the walls of these schools than they do in your own homes. With that being said, you're okay with knowing your child is unprotected all the time? Schools are targeted by shooters. Schools are weak in that aspect. In a situation like this, teachers and students are helpless. I would rather leave my child somewhere that I knew that they were protected and safe. I'm not here to tell you my story for sympathy. I just hope I can make a change. Thank you for your courage you've displayed in considering this option. It will make our schools safer.
That concludes our speakers for section 1.
Thank you. We don't have any decision items this evening, so we'll move into public comment section 2. The same rules apply. I'm not going to read the dissertation again. I will say, since we've covered this topic, no comments on this topic will be allowed during the next comment section. So you've been warned. Thank you.
So we'll get started with the first three are Deborah Griffin, Heather Cloninger, and Tim Hoffman. Maybe, do we have a Deborah Griffin tonight? No? Okay. I'll wait till everybody gets out and then we can, yeah.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started here. I am, just so we're clear, because we've had a lot of people in and out, I'm just gonna read part of this, not the whole thing. Speakers may offer appreciation for or criticism of school operations and programs as concern them, but are encouraged to exercise their speech rights responsibly, as they are personally responsible for any legal consequences attributable to their comments, including claims for defamation. Please keep in mind that students often attend board meetings. Speakers' remarks, therefore, should be suitable for an audience that includes kindergarten through 12th grade students, including no use of profanities or obscenities. Comments concerning personnel matters should be directed to the superintendent or board president in writing with your signature. Supplemental written materials can be given to the security guards and they will be delivered to the board secretary. The board president will recognize each speaker and may interrupt, warn, or terminate a speaker's statement that is unrelated to the business of the school district, inappropriate for K-12 students, disruptive to an orderly, civil, or productive meeting. Thank you for your cooperation. Ms. Cortez.
So our first three are Deborah Griffin, Heather Cloninger, and Tim Hoffman. Deborah?
Hi, thank you. My name is Deborah Griffin, and I'm a parent of a D20 alum. My son attended D20 from kindergarten to graduation. He actually was in the very first kindergarten class at Academy International and started with the immersion program. That is one of the reasons I'm up here, is I'm very alarmed with the direction the district is going. As a 30-year resident of D20, I've been very active in the school when my son was involved. Our son is now a very confident young adult, in part due to the education that he received. In school, he was nurtured and supported and was encouraged to ask questions and be a lifelong learner. He has made us very proud parents. But I have been disturbed at the elimination of immersion program. Then I was mortified by the book banning, and then the issue that brought so many people here tonight. As a nurse, I am very engaged and support the mental health and emotional well-beings of students, which would include increasing counselors and therapy at school. I encourage you as the board to empower the teachers and the staff in the school so they have the support they need and what they want to teach and mentor the next generation. The children will do us proud if this can be done. Please listen to the teachers and staff and the students. Our responsibility as parents is to have meaningful conversation with our children instead of trying to keep them in bubbles. Thank you.
Next is Heather Cloninger, followed by Tim Hoffman and Beth Hodgson.
My first thought was to send pictures in of all the places and events I've gone to this past month, but I realized that was another time. I will say, however, we have amazing educators and students in this district, which is why what I have to say saddens me. As I've been invited to these schools to come participate in activities to celebrate their students and achievements, it has been my overwhelming experience to hear, see, and feel a feeling of distrust and, sorry, I lost my place. A feeling of distrust and fear from around the district. The morale in our schools is palpable. It makes me sad to hear of teachers and staff and parents who are being silenced, who have been asked to not speak by this district leadership team. I feel I stepped into an alternate universe as I stepped off the board. Never have I seen us more in the news or felt like we were at risk of losing our reputation as a destination district where people wanted to live and send their children to school. This past week, you were all given a charge by a woman who was inducted into our Hall of Excellence. Her name is Kay Esmo. She told you that she taught years ago and believed people in leadership at that time to be ones of integrity. She believed that they had integrity and were truth tellers. She mentioned her concerns with the current direction of this beloved district, and she read the quote, "The goal of education is the advancement of knowledge and to disseminate truth." John F. Kennedy. The amount of gaslighting and focus on adult issues rather than the education of the students we're here for has got to change. If you want to lead a successful district, you must be willing to recognize your own shortcomings and modestly look for ways to understand those who may not think like you. I'd be remiss if my comments didn't end with an absolute shout out to one who's done more for this district than most, and that is to my friend Allison Cortez.
Next is Tim Hoffman.
Hi, I'm Tim Hoffman. I wanted to clear up some info regarding who I am since it seemed to be such an interesting topic that a complete stranger felt compelled to stand here and brag about leveraging the Freedom of Information Act to obtain my emails and then to publicly comment on my minor daughter's P4 PII data. I'm currently raising 3 students, 2 of which have been D20 students. One in kindergarten when we lived in D20, and the other who chose into Chinook Trail Middle School for all 3 years. D20 high schools were only taken off the table because let's just say that early indicators were showing that there was a high chance that an individual who had been stalking, bullying, doxing, and threatening my family was going to ride some dark money onto the board. And no parent in their right mind would stand by and allow that type of individual to wield authority over their child. As a historically invested parent who ultimately truly is a child advocate, what happens here concerns me. As a resident in a neighboring district in this city, what happens here concerns me, and it should. I believe I have just as much right to speak truth to power in this room as any grandma, grandpa, or parent does. And honestly, I probably have more relevance and qualifications to be here than some do to be on the board. Enough people have voiced the thing I'm not allowed to talk about tonight that I'm not going to talk about it. But just know that that thing I'm not allowed to talk about, I agree with the first 10 people who spoke about it. Finally, I want to talk directly to the board members who still have their character and integrity intact. I too am a board member on 3 boards, actually, 2 nonprofits and 1 film festival. And while those are different than a board of education, one thing is similar. We're only as great as our weakest link. I think about the meetings I attend and the character and integrity of my fellow board members, and they only make me grow and they make me better. Can you say the same thing? Do you support them? Do you believe in them? Are you willing to let their character and behavior, past, present, and future, represent you? Because it does. So in summary, 3 things. 1, I belong here. I'm not going anywhere. You want my communication? Just ask me. I'm happy to CC you. I'll save the core effort. 2, those of you who truly care, encourage the voluntary resignation of those who are dragging this board down and are unfit to be here. And 3, don't bring guns into classrooms. 800 good guys with guns couldn't stop shooters yesterday. Come on.
Our next speaker is Beth Hodgson, followed by Angelica Givler, and then Deborah Stumpf.
Hi, I'm Beth Hodgson. I'm a parent of a D20 student. Under the current leadership, this board does not show up to support students. They're here for their own agendas. The priority is shifting away from what teachers, students, and parents, the true stakeholders in this district, want. The board are ignoring the subject matter experts in mental health, literature, and now security. Ignoring evidence and best practices and policies already in place, this board raves of freedoms, yet are censoring stakeholders, enacting rules whenever they please to accommodate personal agendas. Thank you.
Next we have Angelica Givler.
Good evening, board. My name is Dr. Angelica Gibler. I am a teacher in D11 and a mother to 4 boys in D20. If you've heard me speak, it used to be 2, I acquired 2 extra, so we are now in 3 schools across the district. As a teacher, my purpose is to provide a welcoming and loving environment for students to learn. As a teacher, we define welcoming as a place where all children, regardless of their ability, race, religion, politics, gender, etc., know that they are welcome and in a place that is focused on learning. To do this, we need supplies, resources, fully staffed buildings with qualified individuals, mental health resources for students, resources for families, fully fenced schools to keep people in and out, and other resources to support students, family, and staff. We can use our money and resources to arm teachers with the skills and supplies to love and teach our children, or you can arm military members to prepare to shoot children, but you can't have both.
Next we have Deborah Stumpf, Emily V, and Carrie Carnes.
Thank you. I'm a D20 parent and I'm reading 2 pieces for those who couldn't attend tonight. First, from a parent. Under the leadership of Aaron Salt, parents and D20 staff have received a front row show to the detriments of failed leadership. We have seen a Board of Education that is undermining progress, sowing discord, and squanders academic potential for our students. They have demonstrated that we can squander decades of service by their predecessors within a few short months. What we continue to experience as D20 parents and staff is a lack of vision and integrity, choosing expediency over principle and self-interest over the common good of public education. Mr. Salt, the board, and the superintendent have failed to inspire, to listen, and to act in accordance with D20 strategic plan. Instead of uniting, they divide. Instead of uplifting, they oppress. It has led to the dismantling of public trust, the silencing of educators, and a continued decline in D20 enrollment. I ask this board and superintendent to put aside your titles, egos, and efforts of entitlement for humility, integrity, and accountability. Stop sowing division by usurping current district policy for library material reconsideration. Cease your attack on D20 parents and staff by stifling their God-given rights to speak out. Put aside your political aspirations by attempting to arm our staff with guns. Right now, what we see is a panel of individuals who have succumbed to political pressures and are neglecting the fundamental missions of providing quality education to our students by qualified and passionate educators in this district. Now from a teacher. While I know I have friends and family with opposing views on safety, one of my hopes is we can all agree that this is not the job of teachers to be the final line of defense for students. I've been a teacher for almost 25 years. Teachers are continually asked to do more than the job is supposed to require, and filling gaps the rest of society isn't filling. The line has to be drawn somewhere, and for me, it is here. Volunteer or not, this is not our job, nor is it supported by research or credible law enforcement agencies as a viable solution. The risk far outweighs the benefits. Thank you.
Next is Emily V, followed by Carrie Carnes, and then Sasha Belaires.
Hello, my name is Emily. I'm a D20 parent of 2 elementary school kids and a resident. I stand before you today to shed light on the critical moments in the past 2 years that have led us to this moment in this moment. In October 2021, the website d20dei.org was created as a shadow campaign website to undermine Mr. Gregory's attempts at addressing inequalities in the district. The website remains current with the recent update stating while the progressive sick parents are busy updating their profile pictures to the latest trend and reciting the same old tired dogma, we extend our congratulations to Ms. Shandy and Derek Wilburn on their election. Coincidentally, Mr. Salt's business websites, Sonari and Civic Opus Strategies, share the same privacy server and reseller out of Iceland with d20dei.org. So what I've learned from observing Mr. Salt over the past 2 years is that nothing is a coincidence. You see, October 2019 and 2021, Mr. Salt stated at a candidate forum that he was well acquainted with the FASTER program and stands 100% in support of it. He went on to say that the FASTER graduates are more qualified than police officers patrolling the streets. So let's fast forward to October 14th of 2023, where 2 local House representatives, along with Mr. Salt, created a town hall at New Summit Charter for FASTER. Wilburn and Shandy sat on that panel. In fact, the board members repeated the same selling points from that executive of FASTER, Laura Carno, from that town hall and repeated them tonight at the work session. I know because I was there and I recorded it. So for anyone asleep at the wheel for the past 2 years, Mr. Salt has been strategizing these political moves since 2019. So in recent months, we have seen the Board of Education and Superintendent prioritize politically divisive issues over the welfare of our district, which has created confusion and disarray. So whether it's the inability to admit wrongs or inability to admit that the consensus of the staff and parents are adamantly against your political ambitions, this
Thank you. Your time is up. Ma'am, your time is up.
Next is Carrie Carnes, followed by Sasha Belaires, and then Catherine Gale.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Carnes. I'm a D20 property owner, resident, and parent with 2 children in our D20 schools. We are also a military family, which means that in addition to our property taxes, we bring federal impact aid dollars to our schools. I'm speaking tonight out of concern for the general direction of this district. As candidates, each of you campaigned on a platform of parent choice and parents' rights. As elected officials, you have an obligation to seek and honor parent input from D20 parents. Please listen to the stakeholders who actually live in our district. As elected officials, I would also ask you to seek and honor different viewpoints from your own on all issues. So I have 5 specific things that I'd ask you to consider as you weigh decisions over the next several weeks. Number 1, first and foremost, is the mental health of our teachers and kids. The decisions that you make has huge ramifications. The choices you make can lead to either anxiety or well-being in our classrooms. Number 2 is the economic impact of implementing and maintaining new programs. If our budget is too strapped to pay our teachers a decent living wage, we cannot justify expenses for things that are not supported. Number 3, the economic cost of an exodus of teachers at a time when teacher recruitment and retention is already a challenge. Again, your decisions impact these things. Please choose wisely. Number 4 is the economic ramifications of lost state and federal funding when there's an exodus of students from the district. Our enrollment is already in decline. Our dollars are declining. Your decisions matter. Finally, the economic impact related to the legal liability of the district. Please keep an eye on current and future lawsuit exposure whenever you are making decisions. Do your homework, do the research, avoid the news, look for academic sources. Thank you for your time.
Next is Sasha Belaires, followed by Catherine Gale, and then Laura Matisek.
Hello, I'm a parent of 3 kiddos in a D20 elementary school, and I'm concerned with recent decisions by this board. Between the 2018 and last school year, there have been nearly 100 publicly reported incidents of armed adults mishandling guns at school. Since they're young years that may be listening, I'm refraining from sharing the graphic, more heartbreaking items, and I'm only going to share 3 out of the many reasons why we should not arm staff. First is liability reasons. Who bears the burden of liability with an accidental shooting? Can we reasonably expect teachers to quickly transition to cop mode? Is everyone going to be asked to sign a waiver? More guns in schools leads to increased unintentional consequences. Second is psychological impact. The presence of firearms
Ma'am.
creates.
I can say that we have ended the 20 minutes that was allotted for this topic.
When I showed up, that I wouldn't be able to share my concern. When my family got orders to the Springs, we picked Academy District 20 because everybody talked about how amazing it is. And I'm standing here so scared for my children, for the staff, and for everybody. And I just want to be proud of the school district that my children are in and that the other children are in. And I'm very disappointed to feel stifled in sharing my information. I was not expecting to be shut down and told, hey, you signed up to speak. And you know what? Sorry, you're not going to be able to speak. And that just doesn't feel good.
Next, we have Catherine Gale, followed by Laura Matisek, and then Tim Falk.
I'm a D20 parent and resident. I'm also an attorney. I studied the U.S. Constitution under Henry Steele Commager. If you haven't heard of him, look him up. I worked for the museum in Washington, D.C., where I taught classes on the First Amendment to students and to adults at the Smithsonian. I also served as a senior human rights advisor in the Democracy and Governance section of the U.S. Embassy in Haiti. I am troubled that this school board is violating federal and state law curtailing our right to free speech in a public forum in front of public officials. This board has limited the number of speakers on agenda items, cut the mic when speakers are critical of board members, and threatened speakers with defamation suits. I'm giving you a free lesson on defamation. Public figures cannot sue for defamation unless the author of the statement knew or should have known that the statement is false. Stop your intimidation with threats of defamation lawsuits. For private citizens, truth is the ultimate defense. Aristotle said law is reason free from passion. He also was one who originated the rule of law. Members of governments, public officials, cannot pick and choose the laws we want to follow. Tonight, we were told that public comments were limited to 20 minutes per side, 10 people, 2 minutes each. Did you see that atrium full of people. And yet all of you have said you're eager to hear what we have to say. And yet you shut us down. We have reached the point where D20 parents like me and D20 staff members can't speak because people who are not truly invested in the
Thank you.
Next, we have Laura Matisik, followed by Tim Falk, and then Kylie Toon.
Based on what I just experienced in this room, my comments have changed. Thank you for responding to one of my concerns about accessibility, and I'm happy to see ASL interpreters here today. I know hard of hearing and deaf families in D20 appreciate it. However, I don't like how I was rudely questioned on break by one of those interpreters in gray, and then by your attorney, Ms. Thompson. We are at a public school board meeting. At least 70 people were in this room, and I was asked and accused of not being deaf and that I shouldn't be sitting here, that they could not connect with me as they signed. I was discriminated against in this room. I was accused of not needing a service that I very well will need one day. You should have just told me thank you, but instead you chose to violate my rights. Not that it's any of your business, but I've had a progressive hearing loss well documented since I was about 7 years old. I was pulled out of school a lot to test my hearing. That's why I talk so damn loud. Hearing aids were recommended at my last audiology appointment, but I'm also stubborn as hell. Y'all know that by now. Instead of doing that, I've been on the long journey of teaching myself ASL. I was humiliated. My civil rights were violated. My private health information was shared, and constitutional rights of mine were violated by someone who's supposed to be here to accommodate those rights. Any other hard of hearing or deaf person that has been humiliated like this in a public forum knows what it feels like. But based on this one who has threatened me, based on this one who's a Christian nationalist and was even fired from the New Summit board, that's why he ran for this board, and this superintendent whose skeletons in the closet are following her from Washington, you guys have some audacity to sit up here and violate me. You will.
Next is Tim Falk, followed by Kylie Toon, and then Laura Furia.
Hello, my name is Tim Falk, and I'm a parent of 5 girls in District 20. As a Christian, I believe that there is one God, that Jesus died for our sins, rose again from the dead, give us eternal life, but that we can reject that, leading us to eternal death. I also believe that marriage is designed to be between one man and one woman. I believe that there are only 2 genders, and that is harmful. I'm not the.
Please order.
And that it is harmful to our bodies, mind, society to try to deviate from the sex that we were given at conception, or to approve of unions outside of the historical understanding of marriage. These are important values to me that I am passing on to my children. That being said, I understand that 50% of the general population in Colorado Springs roughly more or less agrees with me, and the other 50% believe that my views are harmful to people. And I feel like this impasse seems massive, and it fuels a lot of activity and emotion from both sides. I've been silently attending D20 school board meetings for about 7 or 8 months now, and I watch as both sides try their best to destroy the other side. And I don't want any part of that. I've chosen for my children to attend a public school, which ought to represent a diversity of thought around all of these issues, a place where this diversity is permitted within reason, and each person's view, even views that I might find repulsive, are respected. And I want those on the other side to also respect my views too, even if they are repulsed by them. That's not what I see happening in our district. With the current heat on both sides, that feels impossible. I don't think that's impossible, and I want to find a way forward that leads to mutual respect without infringing on anyone's cherished values. But I think this will take tough conversations and a willingness from both sides to compromise in good faith. From the conservative Christian side, or whatever you want to call me.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Next, we have Kylie Toon, followed by Laura Furia, and then Bernadette Guthrie.
I'm kind of changing my comments too. This is my first board meeting. I'm PTO president at Pioneer Elementary, awesome elementary school, as you all know. And I have a sixth grader at Timberview who just won second place in a forensics tournament. So I invite you all to attend our Timberview forensics tournament on the 24th. It'd be really nice to see some more board attendance at actual student events. I've also been a member of two committees, the Boundary Committee and also Parent Sounding Board, which has felt more like Parent Silencing Board lately. I would like to read something that my 9-year-old third grader at Pioneer wrote. And I came here tonight realizing people's mics are shut off, and I was shocked because I haven't been here yet and I expected to be able to share my thoughts. So I hope that you'll give me that respect. Last night I had a conversation with my son, unprompted, uncoached, unsolicited advice, and this is what he told me. Mom, I would feel unsafe if my teacher had a gun. I don't think teachers should have that responsibility of having a gun in their classroom. Even if my teacher had a gun, that doesn't mean if a bad guy came in, everything would turn out just right. I wish we could just do a fundraiser. I would feel way more safer with a security guard at my elementary school. I don't think that teachers should have to be teachers and police officers at the same time. From the mouths of babes, Levi Toon, age 9.
Next is Laura Furia, then Bernadette Guthrie, and Karen Guevara.
Good evening, board. I'm not here to talk pro or con faster, but I do want to talk about how the topic was presented to the community. In general, it wasn't. Normally, when you have a work session, that means that you are seriously considering an action, and by the next meeting, you vote on it. So that's how the community saw this, not like it was your first day talking about it. I would like to tell you how you should have approached a hot topic like this one, especially if you want to have mutual respect with the community. You could have first started with surveys. Survey your staff for something that could affect their normal routines. Then, if appropriate, survey students, families, and other stakeholders. Include some of your most valuable assets, your cabinet and other high-ranking administrators. They hold those roles because of their years of experience. CASB states that you need to represent all students. So if you decide to implement a program that makes a significant amount of students nervous to come to school for any reason, then you're not representing all students. In general, for hugely impactful changes, you need to first collect vast amounts of data while involving your constituents. Then it would be the time to deliberate. And with any change, ask yourselves what percentage of students and or staff you're willing to lose, because for something like this, you would lose them. On top of all that, think about how you could have prevented the chaos that happened tonight if you had just involved the district's community from the start. I've heard you speak of transparency. This was not a transparent approach. Those speaking tonight are among the few highly informed community members and teachers who are more likely to be aware of the board's agenda, not your average parents. So please work to include the entire D20 community.
Next is Bernadette Guthrie, followed by Karen Guevara, and then Nadal Jodea.
Integrity, transparency, accountability, and accessibility. Mr. Salt, these were the qualities you said you possessed when running for this board seat. I can start over. They weren't listening. You reset the clock, please. Thanks.
You may reset the clock for Ms. Guthrie.
Thank you. Integrity, transparency, accountability, and accessibility. Mr. Salt, these were the qualities you said you possessed when running for this board seat. I've yet to see a glimpse of any of these things from you. Under your leadership, we've seen the violation of First Amendment rights, suppression of information, such as intentionally turning off board meeting video feeds, 44% of the executive cabinet resigning, record early retirement announcements from educators, a library book committee that violates your own district policies. News our superintendent's prior district is under investigation by the Department of Justice for discrimination and lawyers wanting information about similar activities here. Your refusal to acknowledge that a child predator has full access to our schools and children, and now this faster debacle. There were people in the lobby brought here by the advocates for D20 Kids group that were out there booing the children that spoke tonight. This is pure chaos created by you. This is happening on your watch, and quite frankly, I'm embarrassed for you. The district attorney has in hand a petition requesting a criminal investigation into Derek Wilburn for violation of CS 18-7.102. Under Colorado law, promotion of obscenity to a minor is defined as knowingly producing, presenting, directing, or participating in an obscene performance involving a child or children under 18 years old or younger. If convicted, this is a class 6 felony and requires the perpetrator to register as a sex offender. There is video evidence of this crime being committed on the D20 website. I spoke with the executive director of CASB this week, who verified that no one convicted of this crime would be allowed to serve in this capacity, and he would advise the board to exercise extreme caution in allowing an accused board member access to children. The thought of any of you being in charge of a major district-wide safety decision when you can't ensure safety for one child is terrifying.
Next is Karen Guevara, followed by Nadal Jodea, and then Charlotte Johnson.
Hello, I'm Karen Guevara. I'm a D20 parent and a resident. I'm also the daughter of a retired police officer and wife of a soldier. On a crowded and active night like tonight, I'd like to address public comments. With the limited time allotted, priority is given to students, but priority should also be given to teachers, as well as to parents who have students currently enrolled in D20 schools. I understand that others have opinions they'd like to convey to the board, but those should come after all students, teachers, and current D20 parents who wish to speak have a chance to do so. When it comes to topics like school safety and staff carrying concealed weapons, the voices of our students, teachers, staff, and parents matter most and should be heard first. Personally, I don't think residents from far-flung locations like Denver, Peyton, or Albert need to be speaking at D20 board meetings unless they're an employee or have a current student here. I'd also like to point out that D20 has never had a school shooting and we don't have armed teachers.
Next is Nadal, followed by Charlotte, and then Heather Campbell.
Hey, thanks for hearing us out tonight. I just have a question. Why did I hear from the press 2 weeks after it happened that the Pine Creek's principal was removed? I'll just wait for your answers. Nothing? You know, we tell our kids it's better if I hear the bad news from you than from someone else. So I will give you the same advice. Why did I hear from the press that 2 weeks prior, the Pine Creek principal was sidelined? Madam Superintendent, I direct that to you. I suspect you are the one that suspended her. No? You know, in the classroom, I'm taught that it's good to have silence to let the students contemplate what the instructor is saying. So we'll just have a moment silence. Without an explanation, I'm left to come up with my own theories. I'm left with the perception that ASD 20 board has something to hide or is working an ulterior motive. So where's my principal? Can I have her back? Or can I just have a legitimate explanation of what's going on? I mean, that'd be nice too. I'll look forward to your next email, ma'am. Thank you.
Next is Charlotte Johnson, followed by Heather Campbell, and then Kathleen Troca.
I'm a parent of a D20 student. There's so much to talk about as usual. It's honestly a little overwhelming and it feels like that's by design. Get a little esoteric here. The Gish Gallop is a rhetorical technique in which a person in a debate attempts to overwhelm their opponent by providing an excessive number of bad faith arguments with no regard for the accuracy or strength of those arguments. We're hemorrhaging good professional talent out of our district. But instead of dealing with real issues that impact the district, we're dealing with Gish Gallop. Few examples: proposed book committees that undermine staff when policies already exist, making it more difficult for transgender students to identify, trying to ban pride clubs through backdoor means, reading content that was meant for older students out of context to elementary and middle school students without apology in order to incite anger from the community, doxing parents, making racist jokes about kids, proposing hiring retired military instead of qualified teachers to save money and address the staff shortage, bringing in outside political operatives to speak at meetings like a few weeks ago, incorrectly suggesting that people want porn in the libraries or that people are predators or groomers, incorrectly suggesting that critical race theory is taught in our schools. There's simply not enough time to address it all or to get into any quality policy discussions. Why are you so busy trying to play on the fears of community members and parents? Please reject this Gish Gallop. Focus on policies that make our district an attractive place to teach, raise staff salaries, care about and protect all kids, allow real parent choice in choosing books, build this district, stop tearing it apart. And a few more examples since I have a little bit of time. We have a board which largely opposed the mill levy, which would have increased security in schools and paid teachers more. Instead, you propose a program which funnels money into a private organization so teachers can do more without additional pay. Security theater does not make.
Next is Heather Campbell, followed by Kathleen Troca, and then Gregory Tabor. Oh, did I? Oh, they're not. Oh, okay. Thank you. But then there's Aaron Stevens.
Hello, I'm Heather Campbell, resident of D20 and parents to a 6th, 4th, and 3rd grader at DCC. Superintendent Hebner, I was very excited that you were at DCC this week. I actually saw the silly string ceremony that you guys did this morning, or after school that day. I was witness to it all. Unfortunately, the competition that the people are going to earn is because the students are funding our curriculum. That is the competition that you are there to support, is for curriculum money that our parents are giving as a fundraiser for our school. To me, that is so disgraceful to what our money should be going to for the board. Discovery Canyon has been a school of excellence last year. We have some of the best teachers in the world. They are working so hard for our children. If they're telling you that we need this curriculum, we need it. There is no reason parents should be funding this through a fundraiser. That's what we're raising money for, curriculum. There are so many things I would rather, as a parent, give money for. The second reason I'm coming here today is to discuss some things that have happened at the middle school this week. While you were there, there was a punch card given to every single sixth grader, whether they're on a 504, have medical plans or not. They were all giving a one pass. It has 5 stamps on it. They're allowed to go to the bathroom once during class per day. That is not during passing periods. This is outrageous, and I can't even begin to tell you how troubled I am by this. Along with that rule, they also decided that they do not have enough staff to supervise cleaning up the cafeteria after lunch. So our children are being forced to be put in with their third period students. When I called the
Thank you, ma'am.
So our final speaker this evening is Aaron Stevens.
This district has been accredited with distinction 15 times over the last 15 years. We've been known as a premier school district in El Paso County, one that people move here for. Since the change of leadership in D20, here's what we have been known for. Leading the culture war in our ties to Woodland Park, DOJ investigations, lawsuits, most recently the one at Woodman Roberts, resignations or retirements of many of our trusted admin and staff members who have been employees for several years, a teacher sick out due to lack of transparency, a student protest for the same reason, snow day protocol that does not consider safety as a number one concern, a library book group intended to bypass already existing policies and the expertise of librarians based on a Moms for Liberty book list generated in Florida, the actual consideration of arming teachers and other staff members instead of creating more robust security, advocates for D20 seeing arming teachers as some sort of battle to be won rather than a failure of our society and gun culture, funding cuts to programs such as Take Flight, the inability to have a meeting with the superintendent or get an email from the board unless you are a member of a select group of community members, confusion amongst the school community, and as a result, employees who are too scared to speak up for fear of retribution, a failed mill levy override for the first time in the history of the district, which could have been used for more robust security and better pay for teachers, the inability to apologize or take responsibility for anything at all, even when you are being told of actual harm being done to children. It hasn't even been a full school year. It certainly seems like the board and perhaps even our new superintendent have lost sight of what it means to be in education and who you are doing this for. At the end of the day, all that matters is our students. When word on the street is that D20 is a dumpster fire and we are in the news every other day, it does not bode well for our children's education. Declining enrollment's a real thing. Our family will be moving in 2025 because I no longer trust this district that I have happily been a steadfast volunteer in over the last several years. We have so many friends who work here and I just feel bad for them. This is not what good leadership and good ideas look like.
Superintendent Haber, do you have any clarifications or next steps?
No, I do not at this time.
Thank you. Board, was our business this evening focused on activities that promote and honor our mission statement, our belief statements, and our global end statement that reminds us that all students will have the knowledge, skills, and character necessary for successful transition to the next level and upon graduation will be fully prepared for success? Did the board hear any information tonight that would require the review or revision of any policy? Did the board hear information tonight that would require a new policy? Did the board hear information tonight that the board would like to include on a future agenda? All right, we need a motion that the Board of Education convene an executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute 24-6-4024F1 to discuss personnel matters related to OCR case 8-22-1614. Section 24-6-4024D to discuss specialized details of security arrangements, and 24-6-4024B to confer with an attorney for the board for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions related to administrative policy and procedure IJL R2. While in executive session, the board will not adopt any proposed policy, resolution, regulation, or take any formal action. Lastly, the Colorado Open Meeting Law does not require the board to make record of the executive session in which the attorney is present and providing legal advice. CRS 24-6-4022 D.52B.
Moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cons? Aye. Mrs. Shandy?
Aye.
Mr. Wilburn?
Aye.
Mrs. Yanez?
Aye.
Mr. Salt?
Aye. The executive session will be held in Superintendent's office, and invited to this executive session are Ms. Allen, Ms. Haberer, Ms. Collins, Mr. Salt, Ms. Shandy, Colonel Stallworth, Ms. Thompson, Mr. Wilburn, and Ms. Yanez. Also invited are Mr. Terry Bradley from Mile High Cyber, Mr. Chris Eggleston, Dr. Susan Field, Ms. Shelley Kuzer, Mr. Zach Mather, Mr. Rich Payne, Mr. Pete Restig, and Mr. Dan Wilson from AIG will be joining virtually. The regular portion of our meeting is over. We will take a quick break to clear the room and move to the superintendent's office.